صباح الخير ضيوفنا الكرام من كل أنحاء العالم. أهلا بكم في ثاني أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، والذي يحمل شعار صياغة مستقبل الإعلام، وتنظمه مجموعة أدنك بشراكة استراتيجية مع وكالة أنباء الإمارات وام، ويساهم ببرامجه وجلساته وحواراته في سد الفجوات الثقافية بالتعاون مع المؤسسات العالمية المتعددة، فضلاً عن دوره في تعزيز تنمية المجتمعات وإيجاد مجتمع عالمي أكثر اطلاعاً وترابطاً وتعاوناً. أنا متحمس جداً لجلسات اليوم وكذلك ورش العمل المختلفة. صفية، أهلاً بك في ثاني حلقة من حلقات هذا البودكاست.
Good morning, Abdullah. I'm very excited about today's sessions and the different workshops on today's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second episode of this podcast. Welcome to our distinguished guests from all over the world to the second day of the Global Media Congress, Shaping the Future of Media. Organized by the ADNIC Group and in a strategic partnership with the Emirates News Agency, WAM. Its programs, sessions, and dialogues contribute to bridging cultural gaps in cooperation with multiple global institutions, in addition to its role in promoting the development of societies and creating a more informed, interconnected, and cooperative international community.
تستمعون الآن إلى بودكاست جلوب كاست مع عبدالله عبد الكريم وصفية الشحي.
You are now listening to the Globecast podcast with Abdullah Abdel Karim and Safiya Shahi.
أكثر من 1000 مشارك وأكثر من 200 قائد ورئيس تنفيذي لشركات الإعلام العالمية، وأكثر من 40 متحدث في أكثر من 30 جلسة حوارية حول محاور الاستدامة والابتكار والحلول التكنولوجية في الإعلام، إلى جانب موضوعات في الإعلام الرياضي والشباب والتعليم ومستقبل قطاع الإعلام. عشرات الفعاليات في منصات الابتكار والتعليم ومجلس التعليم المشترك. لغة الأرقام يا صفية تقول الكثير في هذه النسخة وتعكس القيمة الكبيرة لهذا الحدث.
Featuring over 1,000 participants, more than 200 leaders and CEOs of international media companies, and 40 speakers in 30 dialogue sessions discuss sustainability, innovation, and technological solutions in the media. Other topics include sports media, youth, education, and the future of the media sector, plus dozens of events in the innovation and education platforms and the Joint Education Council. Abdullah, the volume of participants says a great deal and reflects the great value of this event.
تستمعون الآن إلى بودكاست جلوب كاست مع عبدالله عبد الكريم وصفية الشحي.
You are now listening to the Globecast podcast with Abdullah Abdel Karim and Safiya Shahi.
معنا الآن هذه المداخلة من معالي مريم بنت محمد المهيري، وزيرة التغير المناخي والبيئة، لنتعرف أكثر على زاوية جديدة من زوايا الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام هذا العام. معاليك، كيف يمكن بناء شراكة إيجابية وفعالة بين المؤسسات المعنية بقضايا التغير المناخي ووسائل الإعلام الرقمي؟
شكراً جزيلاً أخي عبدالله على سؤالك. لدى دولة الإمارات طموحات كبيرة في مواجهة التغيرات المناخية والحفاظ على البيئة والطبيعة، وتمتلك قيادتنا الرشيدة إرادة كبيرة لتحقيق هذا الهدف من خلال جهود وسياسات ومشاريع رائدة، كما أن الإمارات تعمل على تعزيز الجهود العالمية في هذا المجال. سيكون مؤتمر الأطراف COP 28 الذي ينطلق أواخر الشهر الجاري بإذن الله أكثر مؤتمرات الأطراف شمولاً، وسنسعى من خلاله إلى أن نكون صوت لكل الدول والمجتمعات والفئات من أجل تعزيز مواجهة الجميع لآثار التغير المناخي والتكيف معها، والحد من ارتفاع حرارة الأرض وتحويل تلك التحديات إلى فرص للازدهار والتنمية المجتمعية والاقتصادية. وبينما نعمل من الداخل والخارج مع كل الأطراف لتحقيق ذلك، يمثل الإعلام التقليدي والرقمي شريك رئيسي لإيصال صوتنا إلى شعب دولة الإمارات والعالم، وإبراز ما نقوم به من جهود. كما أن الإعلام عليه مسؤولية كبيرة في مساعدتنا من خلال رفع وعي الجميع بأهمية قضايا المناخ والبيئة. فمن المهم تأثير رسائل الإعلام في أفراد المجتمع من خلال تشجيعهم على تبني سلوكيات صديقة للمناخ والبيئة، ونقل تلك السلوكيات للأجيال القادمة. فتشكيل هذا الوعي هو الأساس لكل جهودنا الآن وفي المستقبل.
We now have Her Excellency Mariam Lemheri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment. Your Excellency, how can a positive and effective partnership be built between institutions concerned with climate change issues and digital media?
Thanks, Sophia, for your question. The UAE is ambitious in its goal to fight climate change and preserve the environment. Our wise leadership is working to achieve this goal through pioneering efforts, policies, and projects to strengthen global action. COP28, which is taking place at the end of this month, will be the most comprehensive conference addressing climate issues. We will help all countries, societies, and groups confront the effects of climate change, adapt to it, reduce global warming, and turn these challenges into opportunities for achieving prosperity and economic growth. We work internally and externally with all parties to achieve our goals. Traditional and digital media represent a key partner in highlighting our efforts to the people of the UAE and the world. The role of the media is to raise everyone's awareness regarding climate and environmental issues. Media should influence community members by encouraging them to adopt climate and environmentally friendly behaviors, as well as share these behaviors with future generations. Promoting climate awareness represents the core of our efforts now and in the future.
حوار جميل استوقفني بالأمس عن ملف الاستدامة، والذي تركز عليه الإمارات هذا العام بشكل كبير، وتشجع من خلاله على التحاور بأعلى المستويات عبر بوابة مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28. وهنا تلعب وسائل الإعلام دورا كبيرا في تعزيز هذا التوجه من خلال دعم القضايا البيئية، وهو جانب مهم صفية. وفي مقابل ذلك يبرز تساؤل كبير، وهو كيف يمكن أن تتحول الصناعة الإعلامية إلى صناعة مستدامة؟ تابعوا جلسات اليوم وقد تجدون الإجابة.
Of course, Abdullah, the dialogue that stopped you yesterday revolved around the sustainability file, which the UAE is focusing on this year. Through this, it encourages dialogue at the highest levels through the COP28 conference. The media plays a significant role in promoting this trend by supporting environmental issues, an essential aspect, Abdullah. The big question is, how can the media industry transform into a sustainable industry? Follow today's sessions and you may find the answer.
تستمعون الآن إلى بودكاست جلوب كاست مع عبدالله عبد الكريم وصفية الشحي.
You are now listening to the Globecast podcast with Abdullah Abdel Karim and Safiya Shahi.
أهلا بعودتكم مستمعين الكرام في هذا الحوار عبر بودكاست جلوبكاست مع الزميلة صفية الشحي. يقول صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم أن سر تجدد الحياة وتطور الحضارة وتقدم البشرية يكمن في كلمة واحدة، هي الابتكار. اليوم لم يعد أمام الصحافة سوى حل واحد حتى تتمكن من أداء دورها المفترض، وهو حل الابتكار. كيف يمكن أن تتجدد المؤسسات الإعلامية حتى تواكب التغيير؟ كيف يجب على العاملين في هذا القطاع أن يبتكروا فيما يخدم عملهم؟ ربما من أكبر التحديات التي تواجه الإعلام هي الطبيعة المتغيرة للجمهور، ولذلك في الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام هناك كذلك مساحة مهمة للتواصل مع الأجيال الجديدة لتقريب وجهات النظر بين الأطراف جميعها.
Welcome back, dear listeners, to this conversation on the Globecast podcast with my colleague Abdullah Abdel Karim. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum says, the secret to the renewal of life, the development of civilization, and the progress of humanity lies in one word: innovation. Today, the press has only one way: the innovation way. How can media institutions be renewed to keep pace with change? How would workers in this sector innovate? Perhaps one of the biggest challenges facing the media is the changing nature of the audience. The Global Media Congress provides an essential space for communication with new generations to bring the views of all parties closer together.
استمتعنا اليوم صفية بمتابعة الكثير من الجلسات، كما أن تفاعل هذا الجمع المتنوع من الزوار مع مختلف الأجنحة والفعاليات المصاحبة أثرى هذا الحدث بشكل كبير. كذلك هناك جلسة استوقفتني ناقشت موضوع رعاية المواهب وطرق تحفيز الإبداع وزيادة الفرص في البيئة الإعلامية، وهذا من أهم المداخل لتحقيق الاستدامة التي نطمح إليها. السؤال هو: من يتحمل مسؤولية تحفيز الإبداع في مؤسساتنا الإعلامية؟ وكيف نحافظ على استدامة قدرات المواهب؟
Today, Abdullah, we enjoyed watching several sessions. This diverse group of visitors also interacted with the various pavilions and associated events and contributed significantly to this event. There was also a discussion session to nurture talent, stimulate creativity, and increase growth opportunities. This is one of the most important gateways to the sustainability to which we aspire. But the big question is, who is responsible for stimulating creativity? What is the reason for our downfall? And how do we protect talent from being wasted?
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نسعد برؤيتكم في أول يوم من أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، ونلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we are happy to see you on the first day of the Global Media Congress. We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نسعد برؤيتكم في أول يوم من أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، ونلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق جلوبال ميديا كونغرس شو على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we are happy to see you on the first day of the Global Media Congress. We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نسعد برؤيتكم في أول يوم من أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، ونلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق جلوبال ميديا كونغرس شو على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we are happy to see you on the first day of the Global Media Congress. We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you all. This is Mohammed Salim from ARN News and Dubai Network. The poet says, or that's a paraphrasing of the verses, try with the light of dawn to beautify yourself and make your words bearing peace. Every opinion may be right or wrong, and it's never an inspiration from God. So try to discuss, try to converse, and allow for the sunbeams to come through. Therefore, based on this wonderful rule of negotiation and conversation and discussion, we met in the second day of the Global Media Conference held under the auspices of His Highness Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President of the UAE, Vice Prime Minister, head of the Chief of the Presidential Court. Why do we meet today, ladies and gentlemen? To exchange our points of view and reach together a common point from which we can have strategic outcomes that would have a greater impact on forming and forecasting the future of the media. Today we will have various sessions in the field of media and innovation. It will also highlight the role of youth through discussions and dialogues, emanating from their pivotal role in the global media industry, as well as their main role in the shaping of the future of media. This future that we are embarking on altogether within expectations and analysis that artificial intelligence is going, inshallah, to be the core foundation in the media content production. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the keynote address by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Economy, as well as remote working applications. Let's welcome him to the stage. In the name of Allah, the All-Merciful, I would like to start with a question. Which one of you prefer that this session would be in Arabic? Raise your hands. Now I would like...
This speech is in English. Okay, we have equal votes. So I assume that the Arabic speakers understand English, so I'm going to speak in English for the sake of the crowd on the right. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege being with all of you here today, and in all honesty, I am quite happy to see that such an important pillar of society, the pillar of media, of communications, and of getting the message across, is embracing the new world, embracing artificial intelligence and talking about it openly. It is a technology that will have profound impacts on the lives and livelihoods of people around the world and in each and every single sector that the world is going to see. I was lucky enough that the UAE decided to appoint a minister of artificial intelligence in the year 3 BC. And 3 BC, for those of you who look quite surprised, is 3 years before COVID, which does feel like 3 millennia ago. This appointment came because the UAE believed wholeheartedly that artificial intelligence is not just a passing trend. It is a technology that is going to revolutionize every aspect of our lives. And it's also a technology that will have the potential to propel economies forward and societies, and also devastate those who completely reject it. To understand how important it is, I'd like to ask each and every single one here a question, and I want you guys to interact with me a little bit. For those of you who have never used artificial intelligence before, please raise your smartphone. So, okay, great. So 3 people have used artificial intelligence without actually knowing that they use it. Everyone else seems to be able to use it. This technology today controls very important aspects of our lives. It knows more about you, about each and every single one of you, than your parents, your loved ones, and your friends. And it's a technology that is also playing a role in giving us the information we need, entertaining us, and also our ability to take certain decisions. Let's dive a bit deeper into this. Every single question that you guys have today, to answer it, you go to Google and you type that question, or ChatGPT, or one of these platforms. And the response is actually an artificial intelligence engine giving you the answer. Is that answer correct? You don't know. You take it because you believe that it is correct. That is an artificial intelligence engine choosing what information to give you and what answer to show you. Every single time we go on YouTube and we type and search for a video and we see that video, that's an artificial engine trying to provide us the best content and to keep us on that platform for as long as possible. A lot of us have gone onto YouTube to watch a video about the impact of artificial intelligence on media and ended up watching a video about skiing in Japan. And you ask yourself, how did I spend the last half an hour, 40 minutes, or 1 hour going from video to video without really being able to put my finger on the pulse and knowing why I'm moving from one video to the other? It's because artificial intelligence is curating that content. It's showing it to you in a way that keeps you on that platform. And our communications today is being affected by artificial intelligence through platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and others. The content that we put up, the interaction with people, the conversations we have an element of artificial intelligence in it. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about artificial intelligence in media, I'd like to use a metaphor. The metaphor is a metaphor of electricity. Think about the last 150 years. 150 years ago, if you asked any journalist at the time, would electricity impact journalism? The question would have been absolutely not. There is not going to be a single bit of impact that media or journalism is going to have because of electricity. Today, we see that electricity has completely revolutionized media, journalism, and our lives. Think about the devices that you use to record the content, digital cameras. Think about the devices that you use to type up that content, the computers. And think about the heartbeat of communication around the world today, which is the internet. It's the nervous system that everything is built on, and that requires energy, and that requires electricity as well. That ability was very difficult for us to foresee, the ability of electricity to revolutionize media. Today, in hindsight, we're able to easily understand it and grasp it. Artificial intelligence is going to be electricity on steroids. Whatever you saw over the last 150 years is going to happen in the span of 15 years, or even shorter. Some experts anticipate that by the year 2026, 90% of all the content on the internet is going to be generated using artificial intelligence. Let that sink in for a little bit. All of the information that we were able to create over the last hundreds of years, that is in our digital landscape, on the internet, within a few short years, 90% of it is going to be AI generated. The tsunami of artificial intelligence is coming in, and it's moving very, very fast. Another important thing to keep in mind is over the last couple of years, because of generative AI, there were more pictures generated than there are pictures taken by human beings over the last 149 years. So the pictures you see on the internet, the incredible number of pieces of content, that was generated, a lot of it was generated over the last 2 to 3 years. Now, we are at the beginning of this. You're actually seeing the first second of the first minute of this technology. And what we are seeing as well is every single year, the ability of this technology increases by an order of magnitude. So the first AI-generated images were extremely bad. The second were actually quite good, but you can tell through fine search if this was generated by an artificial intelligence engine or taken by a human being. You could just look at the fingers or look at the eyelashes and see that the AI engine did not actually produce a perfect image. Today, the systems that exist, it's nearly indistinguishable. You cannot tell if this is a picture that was generated by artificial intelligence or generated by a human through a camera. Now, what you need to keep in mind is the revolution just started 2 years ago. And all of these abilities that we're seeing, all of these impacts, are the beginning of the revolution. What does it mean for us? What does it mean for government officials? What does it mean for people in media? What does it mean for any individual on the street? The truth is going to matter now more than it has ever mattered in the past. True content, content that is authenticated, is going to matter today more than it mattered over the last few millennia. It does not mean that it didn't matter in the past, but in the past it was a given. If you see an image, it is very likely that this image is actually accurate and it's true. We then saw some tampering going on. So people actually going and photoshopping images and changing them. But scaling it up was quite difficult. Scaling that image and posting it en masse was very, very difficult. Today, you can actually program an artificial intelligence algorithm to create millions of similar images and spread them out across the internet millions of times in the span of an hour. So the abilities that we have are magnified, and the importance of truth is more necessary today than it was at any point in history. That means that entities that authenticate content, entities that are known for providing trustworthy pieces of information, are going to thrive in the age of artificial intelligence. There is also going to be an osmosis, a convergence, a marriage between two things: creative media and generative artificial intelligence. There is going to be a new trend that is called generative media, where the human comes up with the content, and at times the AI will come up with the content, and the AI will generate it and distribute it. In that era, for us to survive, we need to understand what the machine is able to do, we need to understand its impact, and we need to be able to deal with it in the right way. I will share with you a piece of advice. And to share this piece of advice, I want to go back to something that humans adore and something that humans actually use to improve their vocabulary, which is a dictionary. If you go to any dictionary in the world, no dictionary can tell you the difference between the word finished and the word complete. They seem like two words that are part of the same coin, synonyms. However, let me describe to you what the future is going to be like. If you are a member of the media that will understand what AI is capable of and try to leverage it positively for your business and for yourself, you will be complete. If you don't, you will be finished. And if you completely ignore it, you will be completely finished. That is the future that we're going to go into. Artificial intelligence is not a good tool. It's not a bad tool. It's not a tool that is going to disrupt on its own. Artificial intelligence is a weapon that you can utilize to make the truth stand out and to make good content spread. And it's a tool that will increase the productivity of your entities, of yourselves as individuals, and of your societies by orders of magnitude that we have not seen in the past. Not with the internet, not with electricity, and not with any other technology in the past. It is upon us to try to understand what this technology does, to try to understand where we can play a role, and to wield this technology to create a positive impact for the future. I am certain that this platform right here and this group in front of me are going to be the leaders of a future where artificial intelligence is a truth-seeking artificial intelligence, is a technology that creates positive impact and a world that hopefully is more positive. Thank you very much.
شكرا معاليك على هذه الكلمة القيمة.
Thank you, Excellency, for this wonderful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, the way to follow up education, it differs from one society to the other, but what we all agree upon here is that the direction toward implementing or utilizing the modern tools in education process has become a necessity. Why? To have much more upskilled generations and professional skilled individuals in the market field within this wonderful new age of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me today to invite His Excellency Ali Rashid Al-Naimi, Chairman of World Muslim Communities Council in the UAE, to speak about the education of the new generations to interact with a new technological enhanced future. Let's welcome His Excellency to the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Muhammad. Peace be upon you all. In the name of Allah, the All-Merciful. My way is different.
محمد كيف؟ أنا سأتحدث باللغة.
I will speak in Arabic. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your presence and your interaction, and I would like to thank my dear, I cannot really determine whether it's a dear brother or dear son. He is my colleague Jalal, Muhammad Jalal, for this creativity in managing this event and attracting all of these wonderful talents from across the world so everyone would meet in rich discussions like this one, like what Dr. Omar has mentioned regarding artificial intelligence. My talk is going to be about education. Therefore, I will start with something different. In our reality now, we have our smartwatches, and we have the smartphone. We have smart screens. We have so many other things that are smart, even the smart auditorium or hall. In addition to that, we are now starting to talk about smart educators and smart robots who are used now in all fields, among which, of course, is education. But we never heard of smart student in the sense that is incomparable with the smartphone, smart watch, smart screen, smart hall, smart school. And that requires from us as a generation to take another look on this new generation. We're still captives of history. As a generation, we understand and we know and we have skills and capabilities and we're more efficient from the young generation. These are our beliefs that we have inherited. And we remain, whether as educators or officials or even parents at home, deal with this new generation that we need to teach them, that we understand more, that we know more, that we are more skilled than they are. And that would have us in untrue artificial world. This new generation have already surpassed our world. Therefore, it is extremely important that in the beginning, we need to, in the onset, to acknowledge the fact that this new generation has skills when dealing with artificial intelligence that His Excellency has, the Minister has spoken about. He is more efficient, he's more skilled, they are more, it's easier for them to absorb it and understand it and utilize it. Unfortunately, when we go or we talk about the learning process, we have limited understanding that there is a classroom, a teacher, a student, and a book. This new generation, when they deal with games, the video games, or electronic games. We believe or we think that this is a waste of time. What are they doing? It's games. They're games. They're playing games. In fact, these games contains learning processes for the specials that are very highly skilled. These young 2-year-old or 3-year-olds, when they play these games, they gain skills that took us years to learn even part of it. For example, the ability to imagine. Imagination. It's a skill. It's a gift. These kids have way more this skill way than us, and even any prior generation. The analysis skill. This child that plays such games will learn by time the ability to analyze, and add to that, decision-making skills, quick decision-making skills, swift. And that also happens, and that all happens through what we think is a waste of time and irresponsibility. And this specific child, if he wastes too much of his time playing, should be punished. But in fact, they are developing their own skills. Therefore, we need to take another look at the concept of education and the fact of learning, or the truth about learning. This learning doesn't only happen during the classroom in school, it happens outside the walls of school. So how many students who go to school, they would, for example, enlist in school 5, 6 years old, how many of the skills and knowledges that he has already acquired before going into school without having a teacher? And how many we have learned after graduating from school as an older generation. So I believe that it is extremely important for us as a generation to start create a new relationship and a vision to the new generation, a vision that respects their minds, a vision that respects their choices, a vision that appreciates their achievements, as well as a vision that acknowledges the fact that they have a role in their own learning, even if they are children, not when they grow up like us. Therefore, it is extremely important for us to be partners with this new generation, not guardians. We need to be partners, not guardians. So kindly pay attention to this. We actually see this in our reality. You can see it in your reality. I mean, especially the new generation, the youth. If we insist on dealing with this new generation as we have been dealing with our parents, we will force each one of them to have two personalities. One who would deal with us in a way that appeases us, while they have another personality that expresses their dreams, their ambitions, their actual personality to create joy in their life that they are seeking. Therefore, I hope that those who are responsible for the learning experience and education to know this new nature of education. Someone would tell me, what are you talking about? This is TikTok generation. True, they are the TikTok generation, yet they have skills and abilities that you do not possess. It's their own world. It's their own life. You cannot take them apart of it. You cannot really impose your own reality upon them. Therefore, it's very important for us to develop our tools. I believe sometimes we would say that if you are going to go through this route, you would just annul or cancel the teacher completely. No, this is not true. When the organizer sent me the title of this session, I took it in Arabic and in English and posted it on ChatGPT. And they gave me a result and I read it. And I was like, if I take such points, the audience in front of me or watching us, will they think that this is my own words as Ali Naimi? They will say that this is just somebody who is setting a lecture, a general lecture, an intellectual one, but it does not represent me. It does not represent my own skill or gift, my own priorities and choices, my own life. That someone would look at what I said, that this is not Mohammed Jalal's words, this is Dr. Ali Naimi's words. The teacher does have a role to play. Probably in 20, 30 years, this role might be, in somebody's point of view, would be marginalized. In my opinion, it's not marginalized, it's changing. You as an educator or a teacher, instead of delivering the information and dictating children the information, your role is going to be different. Since this child, all the information that you have and your ancestor has or had already, he has them. Therefore, you are going to guide them towards better choices. You're going to guide them and facilitate for them on having them build their information in an accumulated manner according to the priorities of his own mind, his own field, his own discipline, his own society, his own era. But do not impose or force him to pick certain choices. Today, the knowledge flow that His Excellency the Minister spoke about is extremely huge. Therefore, we need to be selective. Here comes the role of the educator or the teacher. Last week, the Ministry of Education, ADEC, has announced the project of the teacher robot, and it made a buzz. I worked as so many things, but my favorite job was being a teacher. Therefore, I enjoy this talk. And a lot of teachers were like, what? What will this have an impact on us? What will it do for us? Which role will it play? For Arabic teacher, it's different than math teacher, than science teacher. So for me, I believe that the ministry, before announcing an idea, would have the teacher participate in the manufacturing of this idea, would gather them, give them or hold workshops and telling them these are the options, why don't you try it? Have them feel that the project is not coming from the minister, but it's their own project from this teacher and that teacher and this person working in that school. They are building the project together. Real education happens in the classroom, not in the Ministry of Education or in the learning district or whatever. It happens between the teacher and the student. This is the learning experience. Therefore, make the teachers a real partner in the decision-making. Develop their skills, upskill them, have them try the tools of artificial intelligence and integrate them into their work. But do not surprise them with initiatives and projects that makes them feel threatened. And of course, human nature kicks in. When people think that this is a threat, they would directly resort to resistance. So today we'll say the following. Artificial intelligence is a part of our lives. As I told you, the smartwatch, smartphone, even there are smart toilets. I remember the first time I had an interview in the TV. So the director told me, sit this way and then tilt your head this way and do not move and speak. And I was like, what is that? Am I a statue? And he was like, no, but this is media. So that you are presentable on TV, respectable figure on TV. But in fact, if you look now at the presenters and hosts, they are standing up, they're touching the screen and fast forwarding and doing a lot of action in media work now because it has been invested in. So therefore, what I want to focus on and pay attention to is that we shouldn't force this new generation to have two personalities, a formal personality that conforms with what we want and what we need and pacifies us, while another personality to fulfill their desires and needs and their helps them enjoy their life. This is the biggest threat that we may face with this new generation. We need to respect their choices and help them to optimize these new technologies the best way possible. This new challenge, if we do not overcome it, will make us lose the battle. Some officials in their countries, because they are keen to protect their children or the new generation, they will prevent so many things. And this prevention policy is a failure. In order for us to be real protectors of the new generation, we need to be their partners. We need to be honest to them, be part of the joy that they have in their lives. But if you want to be the guardian, the warden, you would be a problem in their lives, that they will find a way to make you happy, yet find other life outside of your realm, of your guardian space. Therefore, using artificial intelligence is not a choice, it's a necessity. We need to start working on it. As the minister has said, that those who thought that they are not using artificial intelligence, they're actually using it. Believe me, ChatGPT and so many other platforms, they are way more creative and skilled than all of us. Therefore, we need to make the best of it and optimize its usage. And that requires, in fact, a vision from everyone in the education process, through which they would recognize the role of students, respecting their minds and their choices. That's number one. And also think again about the role of the teacher. Don't just send the teacher ready-made plans and templates and tell them to implement it. If the teacher is not a partner in decision-making, in deciding on the activities, in interacting with what suits children best, the entire education project would fail. If we want education that utilizes artificial intelligence, we need to gain or win the heart and mind of the teacher. We need to have the teacher at the forefront of the leadership of this smart transformation in the classroom and elsewhere. Number three is that we need to invest in our parents. In education, a project, the school would follow it, and only the school would follow it, will not be successful unless the home of the student and the parents are parts of it. Therefore, it is very important to have workshops, to have some sort of cooperation and coordination between the school and the parents, so that the students would feel that they are respected and appreciated at home and at school, and would feel that there is a methodology and an environment that incubates and copes with their aspirations, whether at home and at school. Therefore, I hope that we start to create a new culture in relation to education. When we used to be in the university, there has been a transformation. Before our generation, was the student was the center of the learning process, and at our times became that the student or the learner became the center of the education process. Now we need the culture, a culture that says that there is no end negates the other, or no party negates the other. Everyone is a partner. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, since we have a gap in it, we need to understand and acknowledge and know that the students have their own skills in this regard. Thank you very much for your attention, and peace be upon you all.
شكرا معاليك على كلمتك.
جزاك الله خير.
Thanks, Your Highness, for your speech dealing with variables in the era of disruptive technology. with Del Shweri, the head of the CEO of the Shweri, and the moderator Lina Hasalullah, editor from CNN for Business Arabic editor.
أهلا بكم.
Welcome everyone. There is no doubt that media in the Arabic world is a source of pride to us, for all of us. This sector has contributed to establish the Arabic culture and to convey our content, our news to the world, all over the world, in the Arabic region and across the planet. But let's be more realistic. The manufacturing media is facing enormous challenges, the biggest of which is how to be aligned with the latest technology and digitalization and social media that becomes a source of content consumption. To cover those topics and to talk about this sector, I have on board someone who does not need introduction, Ms. Shweri, the CEO of one of the biggest media group, Shweri Group. So, Mr. Three, let's talk about the challenges in digitalization and social media. In your point of view, what sector the media has to focus? Is it on the content or the way it presents that content or the way it distributes or both? Good morning, everyone. Before I start about the challenges the Arabic media is facing, we need to know that we as Arab media, whom we are addressing, who is our target audience? The Arabic people, 350 million people, 60% of which they are below 30 years. In other words, 200 millions. The challenge here, the biggest challenge for the Arabic media is the Arabic media addresses those 200 million? Is this 200 million under 30 years? And they, like in their range of 30 for 24, more or less, is this, they speak TikTok, they have Instagram and social media. So, does the Arabic media address those people? This is the biggest challenge. In my point of view, I think the Arabic media ignores this slice of people or this category of population, because for the first 6 seconds of news, those 200 million of people, young people in the Arabic world, they have very short attention span. Either you have 2 minutes or 45 minutes, but they consume news that is in 2 minutes. The first 6 seconds, you need to attract their attention. So either they continue with you, within that first 6 seconds, either continue with you or they pass and look for another one. So those people, they consume news on their smartphone. They are on the move. Those people so you as media, your news, your piece of news has to address Instagram or media. This is very crucial. When you attract those young people for the 6 seconds, then for 90 minutes or 90 seconds, you can continue that piece of news. This is the major or the biggest challenge the Arabic media faces, is how to address with young people. So the content itself is how to distribute the content. Let's talk about young people, millions who are below 30. For those people who work in the traditional media, there are many people who operate in the traditional media. They think that there are attempts to address young people. However, there is marginalizing for certain news or simplifying news to be aligned with the young people. Do you believe that we have simplified the news to be aligned with the young people? Let's talk about the content. It's very important that you improve the content and to be adapted to the audience. For that, we have to have data, we have to have studies, or the percentage of views, the percentage of listening. Data is very crucial based on data, we can read, analyze data, and to improve the content based on analyzing data. You don't change the content, but give them in a way that they understand. The second point is very important is technology. Technology is accessible and available. So we have to adopt technology that you have and use the distribution methods or ways that technology provides to distribute the content in a way that is available today, or the new or the more advanced way. Let's say that social media, many people consume news on social media, on Twitter and Facebook, and those are foreign companies. In our Arabic media, do you think this can be utilized to our benefit to improve our media, or is there other alternative that in the Arabic world that we can utilize? You can create an Arabic TikTok. You don't need but you don't need that. Use TikTok for your own advantage. Those platforms can be utilized and used for our own advantage. The Arab people use those platforms. Therefore, we can utilize and use those platforms to benefit our goals. So, to convey your idea. This is for the short-term spam. This is also for the long-form, with the streaming services. There are platforms that exist, and they are very respectable, and they are based on the Arabic world, and they can compete with the foreign platforms. The foreign platforms, how do they impact or influence media? So this is within your domain, and this is your forte. That you said that the foreign platforms, social media foreign platforms, how do they impact and influence the Arabic media? I wanted to add something about the media. Very crucial, very important. We have technology, we have distribution, we have the content, which is the most important element here. All that needs legislation to protect this ecosystem. This needs protection. We need also to know, we need to identify or understand the concept in general. We have the measurement, or our job, to a percentage of investing in an individual. How much we invest in an individual. For example, GCC countries. We spend $100 for an individual per person, but compared to the US, $1,000 investment in per capita. So in Turkey, $800. So the people around us, they triple the investment in the investment in the individual. So from Arab world, from GCC to the Arabic world, is $14 investment per capita, which is a very low investment rate. That impacts the content or the nature of the content. The second point here, as according to the reports that we got from the GCC, we spent $5 billion in the Arabic world. Out of this $5 billion, we need to our ecosystem. How this amount is being distributed? $5 billion in the Arabic, those percentage, 65% goes to the digital and 35% goes to the traditional. In the Arabic world, though, however, 80% goes to the digital, which is wrong. This is not good. Let's look at stats. $5 billion is spent on digital, out of which on 4 companies: Facebook, Instagram, Alpha, and Google, and YouTube, and TikTok, and Snapchat. Out of this $4 billion, $300 dollar is very scary digits, very scary stats. 90% or 95% is being spent or convert or transferred. The money, the revenue goes outside the region, is being reinvested in the region. So 90% of this revenue goes outside the Arabic world. So investment or revenue that in the region. So we don't have enough money to reinvest in the content in the region. So we need legislations to protect the local investment. So that investment goes out the Arabic world, and this is a major challenge. So what is the solution? Do we have to build an Arabic platform that competes with Google? Not necessary. In the Arabic world, we have experiments with that. Some of them have been successful, such as a platform or a platforms that could give, such as, for instance, streaming platform Shahid and Trans and Play, Stars Play platform. Those are two platforms best streaming in the video services. Those two platforms have been very successful, and they exceeded Netflix in the Arabic world in terms of the views, the number of views or the consumption. Those two local platforms, they have been very successful, but the question here is how can we amplify the investment in the Arabic world? So how we have to have it like now 5 times investment in the Arabic world. How can we increase the investment in the Arabic world? Again, go back, the content, the platform. The platform has to have content, has to have distribution, has to have legislations, has to have data. Data is very crucial in terms of the number of views and readings. And we need to embrace technology, AI, VR, artificial intelligence, and so on. All those elements. We cannot be hostages to those new technologies or state-of-the-art technology. We need to embrace it. All this should be taken into account. The legislations, data. Certainly, that platform, private sector also has a role to play. What matters is the outcomes, the results, to be able to compete with international platforms. This all, if we fulfill all those elements, certainly the investment in media will increase. Certainly, this will increase. Let's talk about the ways through which we manage or run media institutions. You talked about management in the private sector. Can you clarify on that? I've passed the message very clearly. The management or the ways through which Arab media is being run or managed, we need the outcomes, the performance. We need to be successful. The success should be our sole goal. Success in media and investment. Advertisement is a tiny part of the fuel for media. Because it's a revenue. The advertisement is the revenue, and the Arabic world, very rich. So the problem here is we need to have protections, like similar what's taking place in Europe. It's not something new in our profession. We have to have a proper protection. For instance, in France, we have a new law for the tax law that imposes law on Google that each and every the money that goes to Google, percentage of that amount goes to the publication. Because those platforms, the content comes from the publishers or comes from the platforms in the Arabic world, and they are feeding those foreigner platforms with content. You address the press. This takes me back to media and the traditional media. Many people say that the artificial intelligence and the technology and social media, that the traditional media has died, similarly to what, and like TV, it has died. And for an instance, you give me a good example about a platform, a conference that you've attended. Now, there is no a method that dies. A method or a social media improves. Those tools they don't die, they improve. For example, the press, the newspaper, they don't die, they improve. For instance, people will no longer use magazines or newspapers. However, the content, manufacturing content, the newspaper has to improve. It has to be on the phone. It has to be on the tablet. So the newspaper has to improve. Today, for a week, there was a conference in Europe, in Barcelona or somewhere. The percentage of performance, the traditional TVs in the US, CBS, BBC, each network was uniquely improved. Each platform improves individually in silos. They improved with the terms of the percentage of performance and views on Netflix. Improved compared to Netflix. So you have no problem. We have no problem at all. Young people, young Arab people, the Arab mindset can improve, can evolve. We can compete. We've heard one experiment. We have another experiment. G42 is artificial intelligence in Arabic language. How this can be? Yeah. We have, in the Arabic world, we have the means to compete, to evolve, to advance our tools, our media tools in a way. However, we need to adapt and embrace technologies. You don't say that I am right and others wrong. We need to evolve. We need to improve. The example that you highlighted, the example that I highlighted 4 years ago, when they launched, when Netflix launched mobile service, the CEO of Netflix said the TV is dead. TV is dead. Then the other presentation was CEO CBS starts his presentation with an advertisement. When they launched TV, when they launched the TV in the US, the first ad was the radio is dead. Is radio dead? No, TV is not dead. However, whether it's being marginalized or not marginalized, or the number of views or consumptions of the content. Today, what really matters, is the content. The content is really what matters at the end of the day. Distribution, data, but the content what really matters at the end of the day. Eventually, the last question is, we will talk about media in advertisement and media, and they collaborate and overlap. Can advertisement or media learn from each other about the advertisement? How can advertisements and media both how can they benefit from each other? Both aspects. The foundation is the media. The advertisement comes later. If we have a successful media, they will have also good advertisement. So fundamentally, media comes first. It's the foundation. They complement each other, but what matters is the media. If the media is being successful, advertisement can also be successful. If I don't have a successful media, I cannot achieve success in advertisement, and likewise. So advertisement without good media also won't work either. So the good advertisement can also feed media. Will we see this huge improvement in the Arabic media, do you think? My gut feeling, my sense that based on the people I've met lately, yes, we will witness an enormous improvement in the Arabic media. I'm not going to talk about awareness today. We have people who runs the media in the Arabic world, in the UAE. They say that the media has to be successful, and then the advertisement will come later. We all talk about this. It's quite evident and clear what is the formula or equation to make sure that those 5 billion should be reinvested in the Arabic world for the local content, for the Arabic content, to become better. And so we are aware of the challenge, and so I think the message has delivered. Thanks. It has been great having you. Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause to our speaker. Now we have an interview, the first glance, first-hand insight, the future of production with Mark, CEO 2454, moderated by Yumna Nofal, Director, Brunswick Group, UAE.
Good morning. It's great to be back at the Global Media Congress. I'm here with Mr. Mark Whitehead, the CEO of 2454, and we're just going to start the session by watching this video.
Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in a world of imagination. What you'll see will defy explanation. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination.
A world of pure imagination. Welcome back to the Global Media Congress. It's been a year, and quite a year for media since we were last here. How's it been?
Well, firstly, thank you. Thank you to the Global Media Congress for inviting us both back to talk. It's been a strong year for 2454. As you saw recently in the summer, we announced our new 2454 studio development at Kizat. Today at the show at the Congress, we're announcing phase 2, the development at Yas Creative Hub. So for us, it's been a strong year. For the industry, it's been interesting. We started the year strong, and come May, you see the impact of the writers' strike that then led to the actors' strike. I think that's now the longest strike in Hollywood history, which it's been interesting, and the impact that's had. You've seen global and regional conflict. You've seen the economic impact of high interest rates, inflation, cost of living on consumers. And you're also starting to see, and I was at MIPCOM recently, and you start to see the impact on the industry of the consolidation of some of the major studio players.
Well, that's been interesting because for those who may not be aware, MIPCOM is the largest event in this industry. And you just recently returned from there. So what was your experience like? What were people talking about on the ground? I'm sure that they mentioned the writer's strike, but what else?
Look, it's interesting because when you talk about consolidation, and I sat down with Bob Backish, the CEO at Paramount, we met with the head of, BBC Worldwide for the region, we met with Samsung Television, and multiple meetings. So you're, in a way, speed dating a lot of customers, clients, potentials, getting a real understanding of what's happening in the industry. If you look at consolidation, I thought MIPCOM was slightly smaller this year, because if you looked at Warner Brothers Discovery, a couple of years ago, they would have 3 big stands: Warner Brothers, Discovery, HBO. This year, there's 1 stand. Paramount was Viacom, CBS. That's now 1 company. People are now talking about in this part of the world or in the region, the Sony Z merger, which is about to happen. That's going to create the biggest, largest media company in India. So you see at the show, it seems a little bit smaller, but there's still an array of great content. And you see everybody from Latin America, North America, from Europe, from this part of the region, through to Asia, through to Australia, all there selling and positioning content, television and film. What was interesting is there's growth in international content that's traveling internationally.
Yes.
However, there wasn't a lot, because of the strike, being launched from America.
So here's the interesting thing, because people tend to think if Hollywood is paused, then all kinds of content is paused. But then you have the whole other content that's coming from different parts of the world. You're talking about the East, the Middle East. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I think the writers' strike and the actors' strike, and in a way Hollywood closing down for quite a long period of time, is obviously has an economic impact on the industry, but there's also an opportunity for international players. It also has, as a consumer, it has an impact. So if you think economically, there were a lot of projects that were in the middle of being filmed that got stopped. There were projects, and some projects we were expecting to come here to film in Abu Dhabi in the second half of the year that have probably been pushed to early next year. The industry in the US has suffered economically for the companies. Staff, people working on films, they've had an impact. So it hasn't been great for them. And if you listen to the recent Netflix earnings call, they were talking about they're spending $4 billion less this year on content than they were spending the year before.
But what does it mean for the rest of the world?
For the rest of the world, it's the opportunity that, and I'll talk about sort of as a consumer, if you looked at streaming services, international services, there's been a shortage of, let's say, the latest season of US dramas, US reality shows, international or US films. For international content, the streaming services, the multinational sort of pay TV operators have actually been buying more international content. So you see telenovelas from Latin America being seen in Spain. You have Turkish dramas being seen in Indonesia. You see local content traveling further, and the streaming services allow that to happen.
We love our Turkish dramas, by the way.
We love them. Well, if you look at just, the consumer side, they can't find this big US content, but they've discovered a lot more content from the world. So if you look at, even my household, my wife, my daughter are addicted to US drama reality shows. And, my daughter is now watching Spanish drama, Korean drama. My wife has now got into Scandinavian crime thrillers.
Yeah.
For me, I've had it, it's been okay. We've had, for me, for sport, you've had the Ryder Cup, you've had the Rugby World Cup, you've had, the cricket on present, and the Premier League started. So for me, I haven't really noticed that much, other than I haven't had, a lot of date nights at the cinema because there aren't many US movies coming out.
And it's interesting because you and I have talked about this previously, but when you look at the international film scene, like for example, Korea, with Parasite having won an Oscar a long time ago. So I think the world is also opening its eyes to content, quality content that's coming from the other part of the world. What does this mean for content creators locally?
Look, I think it's the opportunity. I think there's a big opportunity. Great content and quality content travels. There's no doubt about that. And I think what we've seen is a number of opportunities for content that's been made here to travel around the world. And it's about that storytelling. It's about the facilities you have to create that content that we're involved in. But it's really looking at how the industry buys content to stream content around the world or serve content around the world. And if you look at certain examples, there's many case studies, and Korea's a great study. 15 years ago, Korean content was just seen in Korea.
What are examples of shows and things when you think about?
If you look at different shows that were created, more dramas, more dramas that were created there that really travelled into Asia. Then the streaming services, technology allowed them to travel globally. And now, as you said, you've got to the stage where a Korean drama has travelled the world. Korean films are now winning awards at Oscars and etc. That's really exciting. And for us here, it's about trying to find those stories and creating content here that travels. Historically, people have come here and filmed, created content here, or bought dramas, normally from the US or from Europe. But now you see that they're starting to look at, a great example is $1 Million Listing that's just been launched here.
Right, $1 Million Listing, yeah.
If you look at last year you had to buy Bling, this year you've got $1 Million Listing. That's a format from the US that's come here and been made incredibly well, performed very well for Stars Play on the streaming service. We need more of that. We also need local stories, local dramas at a level that will travel from here to the region to international.
I love that you said that, because we talk about bringing filmmakers here, and this is what we saw in the video, and I want to talk about 2454 Studios in 1 second. But what we're also doing, thanks to 2454 Studios, is bringing Abu Dhabi to the world. Yeah. So, and we just saw this video, so what can you tell us about 2454 Studios?
Look, you saw the video with 2454 Studios. For us, it's a new era. There's a trend where international content, local content will travel globally. So for us, it's about having, and I call it a bit of a new era, because in the past, film, TV came here to film predominantly for locations, sometimes in our studios, television studios at Studio B's. But it was really about coming here to film for locations, and they were coming for 4 to 6 weeks. You saw in the great video the ambition we have for those studios, and that 100-acre lot, to have the outside sets, to have 10 sound stages, to have all the support that goes with it, the offices, the workshops, etc. And that allows us, we hope, to attract international, regional, whether it's Bollywood, whether it's Korean companies, whether it's US companies, European companies, to come here and film, and from start to finish. So they can come for the great locations, they can come and build sets in the studios, and create content, and that's good for the industry, that's good for the talent in the industry, because there's more work coming here.
And it's interesting because, yes, you're absolutely right. We saw that Dune, Mission Impossible, just a few examples of movies that were filmed here. There are others also that are local names. What does it say about Abu Dhabi and the vision that we have for Abu Dhabi?
Look, I think, and I'll go back in a way there to talk about MIPCOM, because the ambition is to take Abu Dhabi to a global market. MIPCOM, for those who haven't been there, is the largest television and film market in the world. And it's 3 days of what I call speed dating, of buyers and sellers meeting, producers, directors meeting, storytellers meeting, to really try and get funding for the next shows or to sell the shows they've already made. So we had meetings, as I said, with the likes of Bob Bakish of Paramount, with the likes of BBC, with the likes of Sony. We met CJ Media from Korea. And this year we went with a slightly different approach to some of those meetings, where we went as one Abu Dhabi. So we had Creative Media Authority and the Director General there talking about the regulatory, the authority, and the support for talent development. You have Abu Dhabi Film Commission talking about the great locations and the incentives. Then you had 2454 talking about our ambition for the studios production services and Tawassul, which help people come and film here. And you're really talking with one voice to the market and to those meetings. So we met a great filmmaker from Australia. We had a great meeting with Banijay, which is Endemol Shine, the largest content format company in the world. And we met with CJ Media, who brought one of their #1 Korean drama directors to meet us. And we had a conversation in that half an hour. This speed dating is at half an hour to answer all the questions around regulatory, around talent, around locations, around funding, and around studios. You can have one conversation, which is really strong for us to take Abu Dhabi to the global industry in a way, one voice, one sort of conversation.
And I think that's what you meant, from start to finish, having one voice. The ecosystem here also makes it kind of easier for anybody who's coming from abroad to come and, again, have this imagination, have this vision. So when you think about the future and your vision for the business, what do you see?
Look, I think while a lot of the time we think about things by the quarter, by the year, you have to look at the industry and the ambition that you want for the next 3 to 5 to 10 years. And the great support you have here from the leadership, from the ambition of the country, you really want to look at what's here. There's great talent. There are great stories. We're developing great facilities for people to come and film here and be here longer. So the vision for the industry and my vision for the company is to deliver on that ambition. And it's not easy. We've seen the challenges. We've talked a little bit about the challenges, but as you look forward, you're going to have, and we hope, great stories developed by great story writers. We've got great talent here. We attract great talent also to produce and develop the content, also to write the scripts. And then we're going to have the facilities. At present we've got Studio B, a TV broadcast. We're launching 2 new television studios at Yas Creative Hub middle of next year. And then as you saw coming online in 25, late 25, you'll see this big ambitious project for 2454 Studios at KISAT. So hopefully all the elements are there to be successful and to put Abu Dhabi on the global map for the industry.
Putting Abu Dhabi on the local map and on the global map for the industry, making sure we do have the talent, the space, the facilities, and now we're going to make sure that the stories are told. Mark Whitehead, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
سادة الحضور نرحب بكم من جديد مع جلسة.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a panel discussion regarding the AI technology-dominated media, looming threat or opportunity. We have Professor Maiden, Professor of Digital and Creativity, Faculty of Management, Bayes Business School in UK. And Jessica Grumman, Director of Digital Strategy, Innovation and International Futures from the USA, and a Wild Talk speaker, technologist, expert, founder of Human Made UK. Moderating this session will be Michael Baylor, international brand marketing pioneer, published author, and speaker from the UK. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you very much. Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, hello. Thank you for joining our session on AI and media. Thanks also to GMC for the invitation, and in particular to AGBI for organizing our panel of experts. It's a pleasure and it's a privilege to be here today with you. AI is, of course, more than well covered in the media. And our intention today is to cover at least some of the less familiar but strategically critical topics that underpin clear and confident decision-making and investment. As leadership in media, today we'll be focusing very much on news and journalism, but as leadership addresses the opportunities and also the constraints of this explosive emerging technology. But first, let me introduce myself and our expert panel. Jessica Grumman is a Silicon Valley-based analyst specializing in human, business, and societal impacts of emerging technologies. Jessica has advised companies including Coca-Cola, Technicolor, Intel, Microsoft, and Cisco. Professor Neil Maiden is the director of the UK's National Centre for Creativity, enabled by AI, also known as CBAE, and he's the Professor of Digital Creativity at the Bayes Business School in London. Noel Tock, on my left, is a partner at a company called Human Made, which is a leading digital experience company with clients including Airbnb, Siemens, News Corp, and also our very own AGBI. Noel is also driving critical work to incorporate artificial intelligence into content management. And finally, me. I'm a strategist. I work at the interface, at the meeting point of emerging tech, business strategy, and brand marketing. And some of the companies that I've worked with include the Royal Bank of Scotland, Coca-Cola, Unilever, Diageo, Technicolor. I'm also Chief Marketing Officer of a technology company, GT Life Science, which specializes in data science and machine learning in healthcare innovation. So on to our focus for today. There are familiar topics in media, such as advertising, content production, and entertainment, and these will, of course, be addressed in great detail, I'm sure, elsewhere throughout the Congress. This panel, specifically, will be dedicated to the pressing and very specific challenges facing journalism and journalists. And as we all know, hot on the heels of the music industry, this industry was profoundly disrupted by digital media and, of course, the web. But like the music industry, after a few years of crisis, news is beginning, once again, to find its way back to stability and growth. So to focus in more tightly on today's conversation, while the process efficiencies, faster, cheaper, etc., afforded by artificial intelligence are many and deserve our attention, we'll be talking about the potential for the creation of what we call net new value in journalism. So what we might, in other words, call real innovation. So let me start our discussion with this premise. For the past quarter century, the most significant strategic challenge facing leadership in the news business is the need to balance a high quality of news output with cost management while sustaining robust revenues and growth. Question for us today: does the emergence of generative AI represent yet another wave of commodification and value erosion for journalism? Or can leadership learn to ride this tsunami to new models of impact and new models of growth? That's our fundamental question today, and I hope that frames our conversation reasonably clearly. Jess, could you kick us off with your contextual view of the playing field from the point of view of what we might think of AI's ground zero in Silicon Valley?
Thanks, Michael. In Silicon Valley and in everywhere, AI is ascendant. It has effectively surpassed Web3 at Silicon Valley's latest. Now, just to give a sense of the investment that is going into this technology, we are sitting in 2023 around $17 billion in investment. And relatively speaking, just 5 years ago in 2018, that number, the investment going into AI, was around 400 million. In 2022, 4.8 to 5 billion. So 17 billion just in the last year gives a sense of just how much is flowing into this. When we talk about Silicon Valley as a ground zero, one of the things I think characterizes it well is a race. It is a race to implement these technologies, a race from every one of the large Silicon Valley big technology companies, a race across corporates, a race in startup developments, a race in investment, as well as in areas like open source, in chip development, particularly for these large models, and in talent. How do we access this talent? So this race dynamic really characterizes the sense, the culture of AI right now, certainly in Silicon Valley and in the acceleration and innovation ecosystem. But I want to say one more thing about kind of where we are and why now. AI has been around for a long time, of course, so what's all the fuss today? When we think about artificial intelligence as something that has been around for many decades, we can understand this technology as a series of techniques, of tools that are constantly changing, but the through line, the consistency of them, is that they are always about mimicking cognitive functions and outputs. So we use all kinds of different technologies to do this, but ultimately AI historically has fallen into one of a few different buckets. And this is Silicon Valley, acceleration, peaks and valleys, winters and springs in the past, focused around one of the three buckets being language, reading text, teaching machines around text and translation, voice recognition, text-to-speech, all kinds of ways of reading text. The second area has really been around perception, sensory, object or facial recognition. You think of self-driving cars, they're reading and sensing the environment, heat recognition, pressure recognition. The third area has been around pattern recognition. We might dare to say analysis. But what's new here, generative AI, this latest class, this latest advancement in the technology and the tooling underneath the AI umbrella, is a fourth bucket, and that is around creation. Our new AI tools are enabling creation of media, creation of ideas, creation of all sorts of different designs across industries, from manufacturing and product design to pharmaceuticals and drug design. But this is part of, I think, the seed of the excitement, is we have a whole new class of technology and capability when we talk about AI as a tool, not just for language or perception and analysis, but fundamentally for enabling creation and creativity.
A wonderful introduction and background and context. Thank you very much, Jess. We may have to come back to the point on cognitive functions.
Yes.
Neil, so your position, you're really operating at the sharp end of technology-enabled creativity, but within a leading business school. So that, I would suggest, gives you an interesting view of the challenges journalism in particular has faced over, say, the past quarter century. What are some of your observations, key learnings from that time, number one, and I'll remind you of this if we need it. And my second question for you is, how is your work, for example, at CBay, beginning to point to fresh opportunities in terms of fresh value for journalism and for journalists? Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so I want to first of all build on what Jessica just said around creativity and content creation. This is now much more an affordance that technologies provide for us. We are able to do this much more effectively. But this emergence of Gen AI technologies is not uncoupled from what businesses need. And what we're seeing increasingly is that businesses want creative thinking as the most important skill they want in their employees. And the delta between it and critical thinking and other skills is actually increasing. There was another World Economic Forum report that came out recently that showed it is by far the fastest growing need. And if you then take that into journalism, well, journalism is one of the creative industries, so you would expect there need to be creative thinking. And we've been developing technologies to enhance journalist creative thinking around discovery of unusual angles, stories, more diverse voices to talk to for years. And really up until the emergence of ChatGPT last December, it felt like a bit of an uphill struggle. We were having to explain what we were doing to people. Then suddenly the emergence of this simple chatbot at least enabled people to get it. So then the question becomes, well, surely OpenAI and all the other product vendors have now solved this problem. And my argument is that isn't the case, and Jessica was also right to point out that we have AI's been around for many, many decades. The limitations of large language models are well known, even though we're seeing news organizations experimenting with simple use cases like headline generation, summary content, automatic tagging, and so on. So where we're at the sharp end in really trying to generate tools that add creative value to improve the quality of journalism is looking at hybrid technologies, integrating new generative AI functions with different kinds of machine learning, heuristic reasoning, symbolic AI, case-based reasoning. All of these technologies have value in different kinds of sectors. There are many case studies of these technologies being used to add value to businesses. But what I think is really powerful about Gen AI is it becomes a very flexible glue technology to connect your machine learning to your creative search, to speech generation, whatever, that I think we need to exploit. So when you're in the news organization, it's not all Gen AI. Look at all of these other AI and AI enabling technologies. And I think we're now at this sort of tipping point, this critical tipping point, where it's how we put all these technologies together to create real value. And I'm not seeing that enough, certainly in the news and media industries at the moment. It'll come, but there's an opportunity there, I think, for businesses to get ahead.
Do you think the focus, as we're seeing so much in the AI discourse at the moment, the focus is, as it is in so many other industries, primarily on the efficiency opportunities in the first, efficiency, cost saving, faster, stronger, better, but the flip to the actual value side seems to be latent for now. Would that be right?
I think it's latent, but it's coming. I attended an industry event last week looking at the kinds of use cases that news organizations are exploring for open AI technologies, and there is a recognition it is around some kind of value creation. But no one seems to have services like we're developing to sort of undertake really deep dives into news published in different languages in order to generate your morning email saying, this is breaking on the other side of the planet, written in a language you don't read. Why don't you explore that? So that is still to come, but I think, you know, generative AI for most people has only been around for 9 months. We're still on the learning curve. Yeah. So I think clever businesses will look ahead.
Excellent, thank you so much, Neil. To Noel. So your development work in recent years at Human Made, digital experience company, one would argue absolutely critical to the media industry, the experience of the end user, along with your own more personal direction of travel, if I can call it that, I think provides a quite different point of view on journalism's journey over the past decade or so. From that point of view, what do you see as some of the key headlines, to steal a term from news? What do you see as some of the key headlines that we should be aware of in this conversation?
Yeah, absolutely, and I really enjoy the conversation around AI, the future of AI, where we're going. I partake in a lot of experimenting myself, and I have the joy of then having to take the requests from customers who are saying, what's this ChatGPT, what's this AI stuff going on, how can let's just do something. And 9 months ago that started as something that was, how do we just create content inside of our CMS? Or how do we automatically create snippets for our SEO or for other content bits? And these are all like next step linear things, not necessarily reimagining or rethinking how to use generative AI in a completely new way. How do you create personalized content which may only exist at the edge, which may only exist on a user's device? How do you optimize or experiment with content to increase conversion across all properties? And these are questions which are not something that's going to be solved from one moment to the next, because it's not a trick, it's not a plugin, it's not a service or a piece of software you just purchase and make happen. To use Jess's term, these are fundamental changes that need to occur inside of organizations to really embrace how generative AI works, and more beyond that, to really be quite creative and playful in terms of rethinking the strategic pieces that put together your business.
Great stuff. Thank you, everybody, for your introductory points. Just so everyone's aware, and I might refer to our colleagues on the side there, the clock that we have in front of us has almost run down, and it feels like we're just getting started here. So I'm going to assume, if I may, that we have another 5, possibly 8 minutes that we can run with here. First of all, I'm not sure if we're taking questions from the audience, but if anybody does have a question, please do make yourself known to the appropriate person, and we'd be delighted to take questions. In the meantime, I have some questions, so I'm going to roll on. Jess, I have to come back to cognitive functions. And as we were talking about this last night, weren't we? At first glance, it makes enormous sense to make the relatively humble claim that AI just is becoming increasingly good at imitating certain cognitive functions. And imitating, yes. Functions, yes. I struggle a bit with the word cognitive, and one of the things that when we talked about it last night, I think we agreed, is that perhaps a more honest way of putting it, perhaps, is imitating cognitive outputs rather than cognitive functions. And I wonder, did that make sense at the time? Did it keep you awake all night?
No, it speaks to, I think, one of the core nexus points of getting our arms and our minds around artificial intelligence. Often when we think about a definition like this, we focus on the cognitive functions or cognitive outputs part because that's exciting. We're using tools to mimic ourselves. But actually, I think the mimicking and the imitation part is much more important. Because fundamentally, what we're talking about here is a mechanistic, an engineering-based technology. It is not organic intelligence as we humans and many other beings in the world have. So I think that when we look at functions, it's also important to note that, of course, even the best neurologists in the world struggle to fully understand neurological functions and processes. And that whole challenge within the space is, we have the language of intelligence, but very little consensus on precisely what intelligence is.
As part of our conversation yesterday, we were agonizing about the term, as we have done for years together, I think, artificial intelligence. What kind of a term is it? Because it's bandied around. And I think we ended up with a sort of interim conclusion, which was along the lines of artificial intelligence is a promise, the delivery of which we're not sure how to recognize yet. Which I thought was rather slick, and we're in the business of headlines here, right, in media, so let's hold on to that one. I want to come back to Neil, two things again. The first thing is enhance or replace. Is that a debate that we might see running through the odd newsroom here and there?
Yeah, I've spoken in front of rooms full of journalists who are terrified of the replace. I don't think the replace is a serious threat in many aspects of journalism. It's all about augmentation. I prefer augmentation. That's really what we're here to do. We're here to give people new capabilities to enhance existing capabilities. And if you go back to my recurring theme, I'm Professor of Digital Creativity, so creativity is my thing. What we're trying to do is to enhance people's creative thinking skills. So it's not just a tool for problem solving or generating the next stories. It's also a process for reflective learning, that you develop new creative skill sets through the use of these technologies, through reflection and so on. So I think it's very much about augmentation, and what I'm seeing in the newsrooms is through AI plugins now to content management systems is where it's at. And I think that's where the smart money is going to be, that we're trying to produce better content, albeit more quickly. I'm a great believer that we can make people more creative, more productively, which is different from the replace message. Yes. Being more creative, more productively is really what businesses want. And I think there's often a view within my field that there's a sort of fundamental trade-off. It's either creativity, you think more about this story, or it's productivity. Well, actually, the new emerging AI and other technologies enable us to be more creative, more productively. That trade-off space has been removed by the capabilities of the technologies, but only if they're designed in the right way according to principles of human-centered AI. So that's a big thing I say. It's about human-centered AI. We often talk about putting the human in the loop. Now it's about putting the machine in the loop around the human,
yeah, that's right.
Not the other way around.
That's very reassuring. Your points at the end there. Noel, would you mind building on the point that we were just talking about, this tension between enhance or replace? Because when we were talking the other day, you used a phrase that I think we might all want to take away with us. I certainly took it away immediately and began using it in earnest, which is the concept of what you called AI adjacency.
Yeah.
How does that play out in your day-to-day work?
Yeah, it's a great question. AI adjacency for me is, it's not necessarily that AI is above me or below me. It doesn't serve me or it doesn't dictate my life, but it's a bit of a game of ping pong or badminton on a daily basis between my tasks, what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to achieve, and that's how I get the most out of AI and get a feeling for it. But it's, if it's AI augmentation or replacement, I think it's a great question, because I do feel in certain aspects a replacement may come, and that the utopian view is that it's always adjacent, but I feel in certain areas we are seeing displacement or completely new opportunities arise. A great example was on Twitter, or X, the other day, whereby someone had created a new demo using OpenAI, whereby they did a frame-by-frame analysis of a football game and were then able to create a text-to-voice commentary of that game purely through AI. So yes, it opens up new opportunities to, potentially give live commentary to youth games that are happening on the weekend, but at the same time can also replace other functions the same way it could potentially replace the work of radiologists analyzing X-rays. So I think I'm not set from a philosophical point of view on where this may go, but much rather feel like we incrementally work towards trying to figure this out on a day-to-day basis by essentially being quite playful.
Yeah, I want to, it's a both and. It feels a neither nor insofar as there will be displacement and there will be enhancement. And when we look at, previous waves of technology that have come before, think about social media. If what social media offered was a fundamentally distinct and novel way of communication, yes, it displaced other forms of communication, but it also enhanced how we communicate. It radically shifted media and content and journalism with both, obsolescence of certain practices, but net new needs and requirements in the way that businesses, for example, think about their own communications, are able to control narratives or not control narratives. It's both. it's the messy middle is where a lot of these new use cases and innovations come in.
So pulling back, and the clock in front of us keeps changing every second. So we're in a little bit of a time bubble here where we're not quite sure how much time we've got left. So we're just making it up as we go along. But I think we'll probably start winding down. As I say, if anybody does have any questions, do please. We'll be around for a few minutes afterwards. So if there's anything you want to talk about further, please do ask. We have a question, sir. Would it be possible to get a microphone to this gentleman here?
Two, actually. There's two of them close to each other. There's the guy in the white and then
two.
The guy. No, those two. I don't know if that works. No microphone.
Yes. Just about, yeah. If we could get here comes a microphone. Good. Thank you. We'd love to hear from you.
For the next few hours. Yes, I think you can hear me better now. Yeah. You probably heard the news that recently the resurrected Beatles song by AI sort of hit the first chart of the pop and perhaps the US and the UK. I think the song's name Now and Then. Disney just bought the right to the voice of James Earl, the voice of Darth Vader, after his death also. So we're seeing a trend. Are we seeing a trend where perhaps dead celebrities are coming back to life with AI to compete with existing celebrities? Can we see perhaps Ernest Hemingway's book coming in the future? Or in the Arab work, Najib Mahfouz's trilogy, perhaps. So is that a trend, do you think?
Could you repeat the question?
Hmm?
Could you repeat the question?
Did anyone pick that up properly?
That's very hard.
I think I got the gist of it. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Can we please get proper sound for this gentleman's question, because it's a really good question and we only got half of it. So can we get the volume turned up, please? ASAP.
We also received a bit of echo.
It sounded like the perfect question. Can you give us a précis and we'll give you a response right away with a microphone that works?
Okay, so
there we go.
Excellent. So the question stems from the recent news where the Beatles song, the artificial intelligent generated song, literally resurrected the Beatles, and it was not just a song or another song. It actually hit the top of the chart in the US and the UK. It's called Now and Then. And another sort of similar news, Disney just bought the rights to use the voice of James Earl, the sort of voice artist for Darth Vader from Star Wars, until perhaps, the end of humanity or Judgment Day or whatever. So are we seeing a trend where with artificial intelligence, we are sort of resurrecting dead celebrities and they're coming to life to compete with sort of living humans? Can we see Ernest Hemingway's book, or sort of in Arabic word, sort of Najib Mahfouz?
It's a great question, and thank you. Apologies for the false start there. It's a really, really good question. If I can just also add to the point that you made there, I was just reading this morning that the voice of Edith Piaf, the French singer, is also being captured so that she can narrate, ironically, so she can narrate her own life story as a documentary. And of course, Piaf, I think, has been dead since 1950s, 1960s, probably maybe even earlier. This raises, I think, a point that we, I believe, on this panel all agree with implicitly or explicitly, that a lot of the thinking that we need to do around the applications of artificial intelligence, like you were just referencing, the technology makes almost anything possible, and we are now in an age where we're no longer restricted by what the tech might be able to do. It's what do you think you could do, and what do you think you should do? And it feels, I think, to us, and I want responses from everybody on the panel on this, but my first point on this is these are philosophical questions. They're not actually scientific questions. They're not really questions about content. There's an issue about rights. There's an issue about identity. But I think we feel that first and foremost, this needs to be addressed from the perspective of a philosophical question, which is that we need a way of thinking about this that is different from the way we have thought about these problems, even up to the recent past. Neil, do you want to pick it up?
It's a big question. I'm going to respond with possibly a humorous comment. One of my colleagues once wrote a paper on when in the days of expert systems, if you can remember that far back, he wrote a paper on knowledge elicitation from the dead, because the dead had far more insights than the living. And this was a spoof paper that ended up being published in a real journal. In the end, the editors knew it was in. But it was an interesting sort of philosophical insight on how do we resurrect knowledge, even if it's through the spoken word or the singing voice. I don't have much more to say than that. I think it's a big rights issue. I would say there are many estates that would be very protective of the rights of individuals when they're used, and I could see that being quite a big battleground in the future.
Jess.
Yeah, it's not only a trend among celebrities or the deceased, but for all of us. You may have heard recently in Hollywood there's been a long-running strike which centered around many things, but primarily artificial intelligence. And one of the big contentions there was, can AI be used to replicate the likeness of the productions of writers as well as, secondary actors and actresses? So in other words, for one day's pay, we'll record, the background people, and then we'll never need them again. So it raised these questions of simply by being able to capture this digitally and use artificial intelligence to re-render and simulate the same likeness, the same people in all sorts of different directions. Is that fair? As Michael put, this is a societal question, this is a rights question, it's not really a technology question anymore. And it's also not just about celebrities and those for whom we have massive amounts of data. These technologies can now create simulations based on very small clips of our faces or our voices or all sorts of other data about us. So it's a question really and a trend certainly facing all of us. And hailing from Silicon Valley, this also connects to a broader interest and investment, I'll say, around how do we take our digital selves, our digital footprints, our digital twins, and extend them beyond where we are today or what we've done to enhance us, to have us live longer than, say, our earthly lives give us. But it's sending our much more parts of ourselves and our knowledge and our likeness into the cloud in ways that we have barely begun to reckon with.
It's about one of the biggest philosophical questions that rises up is where are the edges of me? Where are the edges of identity now? Are we just distributed infinitely across the web? Big questions. I know we're running a little bit late on time. Noel, your thoughts on that one?
My first thought was, is this opt-in, is this opt-out? And it seems like for the Beatles it was opt-out because they didn't really have a chance to update their will for the future of AI, so I think that's quite interesting. But I actually had the chance to play with this directly by taking voice notes from my friends and mimicking their voice and then sending it back to them with different text, and they were very unhappy about it, so obviously there are some ethical and philosophical considerations around it. But it's, I think this, regardless if it's legal or not from the estates, I think people will do it anyway. So I think the competition is there, yes, I agree. And I think we'll continue to push a lot of these ethical boundaries in ways that we haven't pushed them in a very long time. And I think that's where we'll be getting some very interesting answers, if any answers at all.
Thank you. We've just got a minute or two left. Oh, sir, I can't resist. Do we have time for one more question from the audience?
I wanted to ask a question.
Please.
Can I ask it? What is your prediction when it comes to the impact of artificial intelligence on the public relations sector and public relations professionals? Since they play a big role when it comes to the media, in the UAE, especially that most of what we see on newspapers comes from PR companies and PR professionals. It's the truth.
Great question, thank you. Tricky question.
Yes. I'm happy to jump in. I have a few PR friends. They're absolutely using ChatGPT and everything else to write press releases, because press releases are not exactly creative bodies of work in that regard. So it's really about communicating facts, timelines, certain events, which don't really require any kind of poetic style to them. They, if anything, have to be very easy to understand and dispatched very quickly. So I think there's a lot of disruption in that sector.
My thought on that is that if we will unpack the question, there's basically two pieces to it.
Yeah.
There's PR as corporate communication, which is affected in one dimension by artificial intelligence. Then there's probably the more interesting area, which is PR and its relationship with news providing. And that, I think, is perhaps a slightly different cut into the question. I don't know if anyone's got anything to add on it. Neil, at all, Jess?
I would predict less control. Less ability to craft and curate and control a narrative, because even if we can use these tools to draft excellent press releases, so can many others, to say nothing of image creation technology, deepfake technology, or open source capabilities. So yeah, less control.
It occurs to me also that one of the biggest challenges that smart PR firms is making their clients relevant to what's going on in the news at the present time. And it's not always easy to identify where those potential pockets of relevance and resonance might be. Perhaps there's something quite interesting there. I know we've got one more question. I've got no idea how much time we have left. Sir.
Quick one. Do you think AI systems used in journalism should undergo prior independent evaluation from a third-party body?
Kind of has to be a yes, but ideally, yes. I think we're heading into the territory of regulation, which of course is a sensitive one. I'd like to throw that to Jess for a second. Thank you, good question.
I think we can learn from other industries on this one, and there's going to be different kinds of risks and different kind of media environments, but just pulling from, for example, pharmaceutical industry, there are bodies, regulatory regimes, structures in place that give not only the designers of these tools a sense of standards and auditing and kind of accountability, but also users, or in the case of pharmaceutical and healthcare, patients, a sense of trust that, okay, I can trust this system or this drug or whatever the case may be. And so I think that we've already seen this movie before, and there's an opportunity to translate some of the structures and accountability mechanisms that we have into the artificial intelligence and algorithmic auditing space.
I actually don't notice, but is there an ISO certification for AI underway in any kind of way? I assume that would be like a logical step, some form of certification.
I just discovered we have 11 minutes left, so you can roll.
No, it's an open question. I'm not sure, but I think it's inevitable in terms.
One other thing around that is if we look at data as, of course, the prerequisite for AI, when it comes to data privacy, what's happening, the trend around data privacy is that it's being very kind of vertical specific. So we're looking at biometrics, or we're looking at facial recognition for policing, or we're looking at genomics. There's lots of different implications there, but the accountability regimes are kind of verticalizing, we could say.
I should say, broadly speaking, that regulation has a fairly poor history throughout most of the governments to whom we look to provide the lead, a lot of it obviously in the States. Regulation is a very, very difficult area. One of the biggest, I mentioned earlier on, our sort of vague definition of artificial intelligence as being a promise whose delivery we don't quite understand what that's going to look like yet. So I think because it's difficult to think through the implications of the societal impact of the technology, it is probably as difficult as it has ever been for regulators in any nation state to get their heads around the potential implications. Great question.
I just want to say, I think it's less about regulation, it's more about transparency and control. So we are rolling out different kinds of AI technologies which embed GPT, and other brands are also available. And the response we get to businesses is, if it's going into GPT, they don't want to share, but more importantly, they're concerned about the lack of transparency that's coming back. And this is not just in journalism, but it's in other sectors. So it comes back to my point about hybrid technologies, where the architecture delivers a degree of transparency, and then you're using other kinds of AI technologies that you can expose and control more alongside GPT. That seems to get traction with businesses, at least at the moment. Things may change in a year because things are moving so fast, but it's about transparency and a degree of control.
Also, for news to perform its societal function, it does need to at least be, to some degree, close to a degree of independence from other influences. And when we start mixing up the editorial quality of news and independence of news providers with the agenda of government regulators, you know, it's complex. It's complex. And it'd be nice to say that one country will take the lead and do some of the advanced thinking. I'm not sure about that. I think it's going to vary enormously culture to culture. So I know there was a question behind there. If you still have the question, please do ask it. We'd love to hear from you.
It's complicated.
So.
Hello. Hi, Michael and President Neil.
Over there.
I'm here. So actually, I hold a master's degree in journalism, the mass communication. In my background, the 15 years of practice. Actually, I think it's very interesting that like ChatGPT, now it's really enhanced the efficiency like press release drafting. But meanwhile, I think I have a concern, like many people have, since Professor Neil mentioned the creativity. So like Midjourney, nowadays they are trained to create pictures really can be like very real. For a long time, people consider that pictures is the truth. So how can we somehow regulate or have advice or any solutions in the future, like identify or regulate pictures that help us to prevent the evil purpose of these kind of pictures, that they try to arouse any hatred or any bad things. You know, that's an impact in journalism, I believe. So yeah, that's my concern. I also need your help, advice. Thank you.
Nice question. I have a couple of thoughts, but anybody?
I would say I think there's a move certainly in the UK towards watermarking images that are auto-generated to distinguish them from other kinds of images. Whether that will take off, I don't know. But as you say, it's a huge risk, and things are moving so fast that it's quite hard for us to keep up with the sort of wider societal challenges. So I'm a great believer in letting these technologies be used and explored, and clearly creative thinking, creative uses of these technologies can be used for good and bad. I think we have to accept that. Apart from that, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues. I think it's a hard question.
Well, I also have a thought to interject, though, which is, I think, again, I mentioned this issue of some of these questions being quite philosophical in nature. We seem to end up going back to, and I think one of the questions that sits behind your very good question, Miss, is what we mean by creativity, and what is and is not creative. For example, we were talking yesterday about the difference between creativity and problem solving. Quite often they're used interchangeably. Perhaps not. And by the way, pre-Gen AI, in fact, pre-OpenAI, we were already seeing enormous problems in the media with fake news, with fake images, and so on and so forth. So this is not a new problem. The problem is the problem of acceleration and scale. Jess, Noel, any thoughts on this?
I think the watermarking initiatives and development is an important one, and it's a technological approach to this risk. It's also an area, and I'm thinking about AI and cybersecurity, which is a tale, it's two tales. It's a tale of new solutions and a lot of new risks. And so we're seeing, for example, when it comes to being able to recognize fake images or altered images using AI to do that. So kind of putting an AI solution on an AI-generated problem. And so cybersecurity is a good example of that. And I think we'll see that as well, as can the AI recognize a watermark? Can the AI recognize certain pixelizations? Or can the AI recognize certain presence of metadata, the kinds of things that would indicate whether an image, or if or not an image, the degrees to which an image has been manipulated or not.
And given the extraordinarily strong history that the technology industry has of regulating itself, I wonder whether we're moving towards, can AI regulate itself? No?
I would take this from a different angle, and I think the market is potentially going in that direction too. I realized that DALL-E, as an image generator, had the little watermark in the bottom right corner, but we've had a Photoshop for a very long time too. You know, since 94, 95, we've been altering images for a long time. It's not the first time. AI hasn't changed that. But I do believe that there are other avenues, and I think one of those is cryptographic fingerprints inside images, so that's more about provenance of real images and authentic images, and I think that's very valuable. And then I think how we take information or how we receive information will also have to start becoming more verified, and I think that will probably be a big change in the way we consume media in a way forward, that we may seek out verified individuals or individual brands or trusted brands to go after, and then ultimately trust all the content they send to us. Because images is not the only thing you can manipulate. You can manipulate words, a voice, whatever. It's the whole market that can be changed here. So I think it's more of a focus on provenance and verification.
Thank you. That's it on questions, guys. I do have a very clear. We have our ever-expanding slot here. I think we have 3 minutes left now, which seems to have filled the time quite well. Just a final question for each of you individually. You're in front of a newsroom in a typical news organization, and walking through, someone stops you and says, "What's the one thing you would like us to understand about artificial intelligence? What would you like to leave us with?" Anything, Neil? And by the way, if it's an annoying question, just say, "Shut up, ask something different." What do you think?
I think creatively about how you can use these technologies. I think there is a sort of a tendency to follow the crowd. You're certainly seeing that you saw that with a lot of the machine learning applications now, sort of the extension of that Gen AI. Everyone's thinking about the same use cases. Everyone's thinking about the same business opportunities. So the tide is rising, but you're rising with everybody else. So I think it's about sort of really thinking radically about how these technologies can be used. And as I said at the beginning, I think it's about how you put them together. Different kinds of hybrid technologies, combining them in different ways to give you an edge.
Lovely. Jess?
AI is a mirror for us, and it's really important that we remember that rather than separating the technology from ourselves. And this is true in several different contexts. AI runs on data. We produce the data. The data is about us. There's a lot more data about us than other species or the environment, for example. It is, representation within databases is about us and our human choices and our constructs. What we choose to invest AI in is a demonstration of our values, of our investment priorities, our economic engines and initiatives. The decisions that we make around watermarking or deep fakes or our use in the media, the control, these are human decisions. And so AI offers us an opportunity to both look in the mirror and see the ways in which we can be enhanced, and also to discern what are the kind of value propositions of this technology that we're creating, and how are we balancing them around the values that we have as individuals, as a collective. It's a mirror.
And finally, Noel.
I think I read somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stay practical, I guess, for my advice, because I did somewhere read at some point that I feel like print newspapers had 19 people involved, or 19 different roles in terms of the journalist, the person doing the layout, print, distribution, all these things, and now that's down to one person. And with the advent of AI, we again have this opportunity to rethink how we do things. So as you approach AI, don't look at your day-to-day work and say, okay, I have 20 steps that I go through today. Which ones can I replace with AI? That's a very immediate, easy step to go after, and if you have that opportunity to do so, but maybe reimagine what the entire bulk of it looks like, and I think that's what, you know, leans into Neil's creative, you know, sort of looking for that source again and being able to rethink how content or journalism is manifested towards the outside world.
Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. We hope you found it an interesting journey. Thank you to this fabulous panel, Noel, Jess, and Neil, and also me. So we'll leave you there. Thank you so much for your attention.
شكرا لكم والآن ننتقل إلى جلسة.
Thank you very much. And now we move to another panel discussion regarding skills development and encouraging creativity and creating opportunities in media organizations. We have His Excellency Khalid Omar al-Madfa, head of Sharjah Media City, and His Excellency Majid Suwairis, Dubai Media City Chair Vice President, and Her Excellency Heba Fatani, Director General of Ras Al Khaimah Government Media Office, and His Excellency and Mr. Alexander G. Boy, Secretary General of European Alliance of News Agency. This session will be moderated by Safiya Ashahi, media presenter. Thank you, Mohammed. Ladies.
Insightful panel discussion on nurturing talent to stimulate creativity and increase opportunities in an enhanced media ecosystem. So without further ado, let me dive in, and maybe the first thing I would like to ask is an AI human-centered. How do you feel about it? Your Excellency. So now we are talking about digitalization and transformation and how that does impact the talent development in the media sector. So how does that impact the talent acquisition in the media sector? And from your perspective, what type of strategies should we adapt?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Safiya. This is an important question, but first I would like to thank you, thank my fellow panelists and the Global Media Congress organizers for this fantastic event. It is really a platform that allows us to collaborate and connect. So we're very excited to be here for the second year. Going back to your question, the way I see it, in order to stay ahead, we have to think ahead. What does that mean? We need to have digitalization in the core of everything we do. It must become a part of our DNA. So we see businesses and organizations. They are, maybe some of them, dealing with the problems of today or issues of today. But the ones that are doing that, they are rarely prepared for the challenges of tomorrow. That applies as well for the media sector. So what we're trying to do now is trying to be socially and digitally connected and listen to what the youth ambitions and behaviors are. For example, a survey, that Arab Youth Survey, said that 13% of youth wanted to be media influencers. So in order to harness all their ambitions, this is a positive thing. We can put them on the right track and channel these energies in the right direction. We have to empower them, but the only way to do that is perhaps to have the mindset of new ideas. So we as government, as organizations, we have to adopt these new ideas so that they can flourish and they can be disruptors and original. I want to also say that I want to urge our teams to be, I wouldn't say throw away the playbook of the tried and tested, but also to push their boundaries to innovate and to express themselves in their authentic tone and what they feel that they can tell the story and become good storytellers so that they can be, they can communicate in a better way. So I think this is an exciting time all round. So
I think us as media practitioners, we would like to be influencers, of course, and we would like to have that power where we can influence and impact our societies. But what about leaders? Do they look at talents in the same way? Do they need more influencers, or do they look at talents in a different perspective, Your Excellency, Dr. Khalid?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for hosting us today here, and thank you for the actually organizers of this nice event. In Sharjah Media City being a free zone authority, which is an economic zone, actually we tend to try to support actually the young entrepreneurs, company owners or idea owners to start up with, actually, for them to materialize those ideas to be a working business for them. So here we try to support these entrepreneurs in different ways, not the least in terms of licensing and giving them the existence of their companies, but also we try to support their abilities and enhance it in different ways to make them actually in those companies that they start more effective in the work that they're doing. And in that way, we think that this will empower them, this will strengthen their ability to continue doing business, and them continuing, we see them continuing in their businesses is an automatic continuation for Sharjah Media City, Shams, to continue. So this is the way that we look at it, and we will speak today about what initiatives that we have in Sharjah Media City for that matter. And we actually also collaborate with existing influencers. Yes, it is actually a time that we have to embrace this phenomena. And we do see these influencers who have worked on themselves quite a lot, actually, and are training and are doing what it needs to be of value to their recipients, to their audience. They're choosing also the right platform for that matter, and so on and so forth. So this is actually a changing times that we are living in, and in the way we are seeing it, actually we are embracing it fullest, and we're continuing to teach ourselves even more about this phenomena and how it will be moving forward and so on.
Amazing, Your Excellency. Moving to Mr. Majid, and how do you utilize this convergence of diverse talents and cultures contributing to developing a more creative and dynamic media ecosystem in the United Arab Emirates?
So, in the beginning, I think it's a great opportunity to be here and see a lot of the companies that we actually work with across all our aspects in Dubai Media City. And talent today is not a scarce commodity when you see so much talent in this location itself. Saying that, I think there is a lot of opportunities that are there today where talent could be tapping into. And today we look at how we can develop the talent that we have to a certain point where they are at standard with international requirements. So today we have, if we take an example, as part of our scope is short form or long form video creations, so film or short form clips or something similar in that line. And when we look at different platforms, if we look at OTTs or others, they have certain standards that they expect from our talent. So looking at that, then we look at how we can bring up the talent to a certain level, and what are the tools that they might require to bring them to the level where they can compete internationally, whether they are from a technical background in this sector or whether they are the actual technicians or they're the actual practitioners, actors in that area.
Can you clarify more on the point of the standards that they are looking for when they dealing with talents?
So we are basically the platform that we would like to. So when we talk about standards, we go, for instance, to a star display, and the star display currently is creating originals. So we would like to understand from star display what is their standard. If their standard is an actor, this kind of quality in film, this kind of quality in production, then we take that as our standard for the certain one. If we come to an international, so a Netflix, for instance, is also creating certain originals out of the region, we try to understand and we use their standard as a general standard that we would like to develop to. As this will help us in building a more cohesive kind of a workforce that will be ready to be deployed when certain projects are there, or they could be the people that are creating projects in this case. You know, so these are up-and-coming production directors, up-and-coming actors, up-and-coming production companies. So if we put all of that mixed together and we know what standard we would like or we are trying to achieve, then this makes it easier for us to be able to say to all of the producers around the world, we have the talent here, come and tap into it, because they are the best people to showcase this region to the world.
And of course, we are in the United Arab Emirates, so we are talking about globalization more. It's more of a global perspective when dealing with the pool of talents. From an international perspective with Mr. Alex, and how can international alliance take the support or use the support to nurture talent, ensuring that they will thrive in this international media landscape?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for having me here. Actually, this Congress we're participating in is part of the answer to your question, because we are living in a world which is so much interconnected that we cannot say this institution or that institution or that company or this company or that person can develop individually anymore. So at some point, every entity is connecting with another one. So this is at the basis, even when it comes to media development. We need to also focus on the final goal of this development, of this, let's say, what do we use these standards for? In our case, the global vision is that we use standards to secure the future of our societies, because this is the media's role. The main role is to secure that truth is spread as a basis of society's evolution. In this sense, having a human resource which is adept to quality standards is vital. Exchange of information, exchange of best practices are also vital. For us, there's no, in my opinion, general framework other than the fact that journalists should respect and promote the truth. And at the same time, it's also vital that journalists understand their role in societies. I was talking earlier with some guests from here, and the topic was exactly this: the fact that journalists need to be made more aware of the impact of their work. And this is also should be part of the standard, if I can call it like standard training for a media organization. Because it's not only that the media is publishing some information that has no actual end point. Every piece of information that goes through media influences somebody at some point. So the more journalists are aware of their role in shaping societies, the better the media organization will evolve, because, and this is the most important thing, it develops a trustworthy product and a trustworthy environment. Because in the end, everything during our days in which we have a lot of misinformation, a lot of biased information, trustworthiness, I think, trustworthiness of information is vital to any form of development there is. Media, startups, whatever. So developing trustworthiness, I think, is the most important.
Your answer made me think about also one of the challenges, which is the question of how to bridge the gap between a local identity of this media system and also a global identity where the journalists has or have to find themselves in between. And I think this is also part of the role that's coming from your side.
Yes, the European Alliance of News Agencies, which I represent, acts, among other ways, as an integrator. Our membership is not homogeneous in terms of regions. Our 32 members are spread all over Europe. We have national news agencies, international news agencies, state-run news agencies, private news agencies, and we act like a melting pot of experiences. Because it's my honest opinion that not only some can learn from the others, we all should learn from each other. So this is the concept which we apply in our conferences, in our meetings. We have our members share their experiences so that the others can benefit from them. And this is one key point of having a media alliance like this, of news organizations, sharing of information, insights.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Going back to Her Excellency Hiba Al-Fattani, and we would like to know more about the strategies that you think that has to be, like successful strategies that has to be implemented from your own perspective, from your own experience as well in the organization.
So thank you for your question. It's a question that's very close to my heart. I'm very passionate about it, and if you have all day, which we don't, but I'll try to sum it up. So I want to say it started with the vision of a leader, His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saqr al-Qasimi, ruler of Ras al-Khaimah, who mandated that we launch the Ras al-Khaimah Government Media Office in the midst of 2018, where digital transformation was at its peak. We then looked at what is the strategy we're going to adopt. So we adopted the strategy of digital first and community oriented. Of course, adopting all technologies that can enable us to do that. We then looked at the talent, what kind of talent we want to have. We wanted people that, of course, have the skill and the knowledge, but have not lost the appetite to learn and to adapt and to grow. So when I'm looking at, I'm in an interview and I'm interviewing someone, I really look at how passionate are they to grow and to learn, because if we stand still, our organization stands still. That's a reality. So hiring the right people would be the first step, and then we work continuously on raising their skills, creating workshops, creating things, adopting new technologies, not shying away from it. Yesterday they were talking about AI and how it complements us. It does, but we have to be mindful. What kind of information are we feeding the AI? So if it is something that is in government, we have to be mindful that it only carries things that are, we're not feeding it to the internet, but also that complements our own way of writing. We will still have our own nuances. We will still have the way we talk and communicate our stories. So came the idea that we need to create, as my colleague mentioned, the greatest storytellers. So we are very passionate about storytelling. We take different programs we take different things, elements from Ras Al Khaimah, and see there's so many good, successful stories, but how do we translate this into a reality on the ground? So we take from the history, from the culture, from the business, the thriving industrial sector, different sectors, and what we're able to do is also take our skills in the media office and transform them as well to communicators in Ras Al Khaimah, other entities. So this is what we are really passionate about. So we're also, across more than 50 government entities, we're able to also upskill and create a generation of great storytellers.
Amazing.
I have to say, I mean, this inspiration was not new to us because His Highness Sheikh Saud is the greatest storyteller. So he inspires us, and a lot of the things that we adopt is how he describes Ras Al Khaimah in his own words. So this is something that keeps us always going. We also, launched now, and we're very excited about it, the Saud bin Saqr Broadcasting and TV Production Scholarship, because we really are committed to creating the greatest storytellers. So this is what we're always excited about.
Yes.
We're always excited.
It was really interesting when you mentioned that you're taking a community approach, like a community-hearted approach, let's say, when dealing with those young people, to attract them to be part of the society and part of the development of the Emirate and the great country, of course. Before going ahead with His Excellency Dr. Khalid, I would like also to welcome to the stage Mr. Ogier Najaka, Chief Executive Officer, African Union of Broadcasting. Mr. Najaka, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much.
I would like
for
to
joining
apologize. As a journalist, I'm not used to be late. I was there, but I did not find where the event was taking place. So I'm sorry a bit.
No worries. We were just talking about creative journalists in this conversation. So let me ask you, before going back to His Excellency Dr. Khalid, about Africa. And Africa has a diverse media landscape with unique challenges and opportunities. How can the African Union of Broadcasting actively nurture talent to enhance creativity?
Thank you very much, Madam. Let us say that in Africa, we are facing a particular situation now where we are, after digitalization, we have new challenges with the challenges concerning content in particular. So this gives an opportunity of young journalists, of journalists in general, to show what they are capable to do. Because at the beginning, every country has only one channel. Now the number of channels has been multiplied. And before, we had also problems to fill the duty roster of one channel. Now you can see that these challenges have been multiplied, and we need contents, we need journalists, we need people who can create. And that's why we have, for instance, at the level of our union, we have what we sort of competition, because we are doing mutualization of contents. As there is no channels in Africa who can produce what he's broadcasting. So we are obliged to see how a channel can produce and share it with another channels. That's why creativity becomes something which is very important, because if you are a good journalist, you'll be good in Cameroon, you'll be good in Senegal through our news and exchange center, which is based in Algeria. Because you produce, we take your production, we put in the network of exchange of program, and everybody can come, take it free of charge for now, and broadcast it. So if you are a good journalist, you are a good journalist for for many people. And we have seen for this, I think, past 3 years, many journalists, many young men from the School of Journalism who don't go out to look for jobs. They create small structures where they can produce. They use their creativity. They use their know-how to help media to fill this gap of production of content. It's very, very important because after digitalization, we faced a situation where some media was obliged to go and borrow news, content from abroad. And what we have seen is that this content does not fit exactly with our culture in Africa.
Does not reflect the heart of the culture itself.
No, it does not reflect. That's what I wanted to say. You will see, for instance, we have, I can say it because I'm not the first person to say that in Africa, the question of diversity. We don't accept all aspects of diversity in our culture. So the problem of bringing contents from abroad is very, very delicate. That's why we want to write our story. We want to improve in our narrative. We want to make the promotion of our culture through ourselves. That's why creativity becomes something which is very, very important. For instance, we have if you see the geography in Africa, you see that it's very, very interesting. You see culture, the way people are living on daily basis. You see that we have something to bring to the mankind civilization. And there is only Africa who can do that. That's what we accept.
Interesting, Mr. Njaka. Earlier
Njaka.
Yes. Thank you so much for teaching me this. Earlier, I was talking with Her Excellency Hiba also about a community-hearted or a community-oriented approach that they are taking in their organization, and also in Shams and in Dubai Media City, and of course with Mr. Alex, they are doing the same thing. So I'm gonna go back to His Excellency Dr. Khalid to talk about their experience and how did they implement that approach in Shams projects as well to attract the community and to attract the talents.
Yes, we as I mentioned before, that we do have a lot of initiatives in engaging the community that we have built within Shams into these areas of interest to them. One that I can talk about is the project that we call the writing room, which we know in Arabic as Hikaya. The storytelling room that we actually have initiated 2 or 3 years ago, actually. And from there, we actually received great interest for people to come and learn how to be a storyteller and a writer. We had almost 200 trainees for that, for the courses that we ran together with famous UAE writer Muhammad Hassan Ahmed. And out of those trainees, now some of them are professionally writers, known for their good writing, actually. And from this initiative, we had produced the script of 6 series, and 3 of which are in production now, currently, as we're speaking. And 3 more are also offered for sale, actually, to the production companies that are interested. We have also other initiatives. This one, Hikaya, the one that I'm talking about, is actually meant to be the starting to the production line or workflow, as well as we have some engagement in the e-gaming field. And there we had, online and in physical, some tournaments that have been arranged by Sharjah Media City, and there were over 5,000 participants in those tournaments that we have. And here we try to engage the youth, actually, into the activities and the offerings of Sharjah Media City. Them knowing that this is actually a place that I can mingle with my colleagues and my peers, then this is the community that I want to be part of, and I want to eventually work within, and so on. Also, we have a lot of training courses, as I mentioned earlier, meant to empower and actually improve the abilities of these young and not so young trainees. I mean, whoever want to join, and we have actually in our stand here in the Congress, we can speak to whoever is interested actually in training and activating his or her ability into the field of media and creativity. You're most welcome to visit us in our stand, and we can talk about this more. Yeah, this is what I can mention here.
Your
I'll
Excellency.
take you up on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
No, I'm just saying I'll take Dr. Khalid up on that. So
sure.
And that's the beauty
Please.
of collaborating between
And I
governments.
can't agree more on the importance of empowering people, youth among them, of course, and also media practitioners, marketing practitioners, people who are doing different roles also in different organizations, and that's what you're doing in Shams. Thank you, Your Excellency. Moving to Mr. Majid, and if you can talk more about the role of collaboration between media hubs and media centers and media cities in the country, and how can that help in talent retention?
So I think there is a lot of potential in that. Today, at least, we are just scratching the surface. Since we started 23 years ago, we've been on a journey of mainly attracting companies from around the world to come to the UAE and to come to Dubai to set up their business, so that they are able to actually send the message from the region to the world. So, and that was the initial strategy that was set up for Dubai Media City by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And since then, we have evolved positively, in addition to what we were doing, in trying to build a more collaborative environment for the employees and the people that are actually living and working out of Media City. Today we have 3,000 individual entities that are there, plus we have 35,000 people that are working within the media sector alone. Not to say the other sectors that are collaborative to it, like Dubai Internet City, which has a similar number. So tech and media conversion at that point of time. So when we look at it from this size or this magnitude, it is imperative that we are touching base with all our colleagues across the UAE, whether it is whether they are our colleagues in 2454 or in Sharjah or in Ras Al Khaimah or in Ajman, to say the least. And we see there is a lot of potential more to be done. Each area comes with its unique added value to the ecosystem, and each area has its different mandate maybe at this point. So I think there is a lot of room to do that, and I think the talent today is actually taking advantage, although it's not seen on the surface, but there is a lot of talent that is migrating between all the entities that are here in the UAE, and that is, as long as people are in the UAE, we are happy. So there is whatever we develop today, and this talent stays in the UAE, we will be definitely we will support. Saying that, I think there is a good examples that there are some companies that have started up within these sectors, whether it's IT and media, because they are converged to a certain extent. And when they reach to a certain potential, they get certain investments from different locations across. And they would have moved to that location due to that investment, which is a good point for that individual, that you have grown to a certain level and now he's successful enough to move to that. Also saying that, I think there is an interesting thing, as we've noticed on the panel, there is a lot of emphasis on the development of talent. And this is no different when we started, I think around 8 years ago, by our platform N5, which is our entrepreneurial platform, which we've created an N5 Media, which was, supposedly at the initial phase was a replica of the tech. But we found out later on that the tech and media are not exactly the same when it comes to the actual development of businesses. So development of content turned out to be a little bit of a different ballgame. So as Excellency was just saying, that there are script writing courses and that have resulted in actual productions, and this is what we actually are all, enticed to do. Today, this is a very intricate and very important part of what we do every day in our entrepreneurial hubs here, where we focus on trying to develop the same talent to the same standards that we talked about at the initial phase of your Netflix or your other international OTTs or platforms, and we see how we can reach to that point with a proper script writing course or a proper filming strategy or proper filming talent. So putting that, I think there is a lot of room for development in this sector. I think there is a lot of collaboration that needs to come on the surface. There is a lot of collaboration on different levels, but I think as to showcase, and we are in the media sector, we have to promote and showcase this to everyone basically, and see how this could develop into a bigger story for content creators in the UAE or in the region, to be frank. And nowadays we don't talk UAE alone. When we talk about creators, we talk creators coming from across the whole region, because they find Dubai or the UAE as a interesting hub, a hub for and the business hub where they will be able to find their next investment.
And with this platform, Mr. Majid, the Global Media Congress, I think this is a good reflection for what you mentioned earlier about the potential opportunities to collaborate with different entities from inside and outside of the United Arab Emirates, and again to the international perspective now with Mr. Alex. And how do you think that you can foster cross-border talent exchange and facilitate innovation in the news industry from your perspective?
Look, this is a very important topic because it links to what I said earlier regarding the fact that no organization can evolve on its own. Therefore, by exposing, for example, journalists from a news agency from a certain country to the work practices of another organization from another country, you immediately broaden their views on the job that they have to do. Of course, this spans from the basic minimal, how do you write a text, to more advanced concepts in terms of what journalism should be, what should stand for, etc. So yes, having this type of exchange of employees for short periods of time, of course, to get to visit not only the workplace of another news agency, but also how that news agency functions, is extremely important. And that's also important at the managerial level. I ran the Romanian news agency for 5 years, more than 5 years, and one of the most interesting experiences which I got from the European Alliance of News Agencies was visiting the peer news agencies' offices. It was as simple as that. You get insights starting from even from the way the desks are placed in the office. How's their vision of the newsroom? How's their vision of integrating different areas of news productions together? When I started in this business, the main talking point was multimedia journalism. How do we train creatives to produce more varied content?
To be multitaskers.
Yes, as multitasking as possible, please. So this led us to another lesson. How do we make our employees understand that being multitasking is on the long term beneficial even for them? Because any repetitive work at some point is drained of creativity, But when you expand and when you try a little bit of this, a little bit of that, your mind is getting accustomed to exploring new horizons, which is ultimately more sustainably beneficial for the entire organization. And it's, I noticed some similarities with the media cities, because we all are trying to foster this type of creativity and to, in a way, implement constant trainings, which is the other side of what we do, or what we should do. Constantly keep our employees up to date with the latest evolutions, because the world today is not the same with the world last week. We're not discussing, okay, 5 years ago we used to do this and that. Now we're discussing on a more shorter time frame of change in our lives. So constant training is not yearly now. Maybe should be
It is
monthly.
less, it's way less than that,
Yes.
Mr. Alex. Thank you so much for adding this point. Moving to the last question with Mr. Njaka. Is it right now?
Yes, you are right.
Thank you so much. So, Ariel, you mentioned that content creation is one of the main challenges, and also using an international content could be one of those challenges as well. How do you perceive AI and digitalization and open sources and big data? Are they challenges as well, or do you think that they are more of opportunities now for African creators and journalists?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to say that Africa has 1,400,000,000 inhabitants. And when you look at these sectors, you find that the sector of the media is one of the biggest sectors, where you have a lot of structures every day and so forth. And at the level of AUB, as I said, we have these competitions we call CAF AUB Award, which is a yearly award, which choose the best of the best in Africa. And when we have this best, the first thing we do is that we train them. There's training behind the competition. And we have trained for last year around 700 journalists. We did it with the help of UNDRR on the climate change. We had another one on copyright. We had another one of election, international journalism, and so on and so forth. And we found that this was not sufficient. AI came in Africa, and it came a bit late. But when you make the description of the situation, you have the impression that it's not only a best thing for Africa, a good thing for Africa. Because with AI, we saw the development of bad practices, fake news, messages of hatred, defamation, and so on and so forth. That's why we decided to have next year, with the contribution of UNESCO, and we would like to invite all other medias from here, like His Excellency. We want to organize in Cameroon, in Central Africa, a big summit on AI, good practices. We would like journalists from all the continent to meet in Yaoundé. We will start by a training. We have a training, and after that we will have a summit. So we think that that's our contribution, and other medias who have good experience of of using AI, the door is open for them. It will be an occasion for Africa to try to rectify what is bad in AI and only take what is good for the development of our media. Because we are, you know, Africa is a continent of diversity, a lot of diversity. Let us take a country like Cameroon, where you find 238 languages. People coming from everywhere. People, when you speak, Your neighbor cannot understand exactly what you speak. It is only people from your area who knows what you are saying. So the level, the intellectual level of people is not as it is, for instance, in this area. So the influence of AI is so big. When you use it in a bad way, the impact is there in the society. So to avoid bad practices, to make sure that AI will be used in a good manner, we are organizing this big summit, the training session. It will start in Cameroon. After that, we go region by region to try to help journalists to make sure that they understand how journalists and communicators in general, how it can be useful to, best practices can be useful in this particular domain because it's good, it's attractive, AI, but it can also be very dangerous for
Mr. Njaka,
societies.
this is really amazing, bringing the world to the world of diverse in Africa, and this such a huge initiative, inshallah, and it will be impactful as well, as I can see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Alex, Mr. Njaka, for your contribution to this interesting discussion that emphasized the critical role of nurturing talent and fostering creativity in the media world. Thank you all, our lovely audience, for listening to this conversation. We'll see you soon, inshallah, in the coming sessions in this amazing global media conference.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
السادة الحضور الآن ننتقل إلى جلسة.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the other session about the reality of the current media, taken by the Denden Zongon, Director of the International Office Communication University of China, and Mr. Professor Dr. Bros Bryso, the full professor of Reg from Netherlands, David, the Associate Professor, Head of the School of Communication Studies, Auckland, and Professor Muhammad Aish, Professor at the Department of Media Communication, American University in Sharjah, and moderator. The moderator is Adrian Wells, Managing Director in ENEX, Luxembourg.
Staying for this last session before we have the lunch break. This is definitely going to be the most interesting session you'll have heard all morning, so please stay and listen to what our guests have to say. The subject of this talk that we're about to have for the next little while is entitled The State of Media Education Today. And I have to admit, I have to confess really, that I've made two mistakes in preparing for this session. Luckily, I've managed to correct both of these mistakes. The first mistake was to think about media education just as something really relevant to university students. And of course, we have amongst our panel 3 very distinguished university professors. But it was Dafith who has been introduced already, but I'll introduce him shortly, who said to me, well, you know, it's not just about university education. It can also be about other generations that have to be also encompassed in terms of media education. I think that's important, that education in terms of media is not just a university activity. It's something that journalists, even of my generation, have to keep committing to. And the other mistake I made, and it's because I'm a journalist by background and training, was to think of media education only in terms of journalism. And of course, media is a very big word. It encompasses a lot of different areas: film, production, messaging, public relations, all of these skills and professions, big professions in themselves. So I hope today in the talk that we'll have, we'll touch on some of those other areas, not just newsroom or newsrooms, and not just journalism, but the associated crafts as well. So those are the two mistakes that I made. I wanted to confess to that early on, and hopefully we'll correct them during this panel. It's the Global Media Congress. We're continuing the global theme of the previous panel, and with us today, as has already been introduced, but I'll do it again in English, we have Dandan Zhong from the Communications University of China, based in Beijing, which is China's leading communications university, and the students that attend your university are regarded as being the cream of the bunch. And so we're very welcome to you here today.
Thank you, Andre. I appreciate it.
And of course, you're native Chinese as well. And then we have a hybrid person here. Next, we have Professor Dafydd Sills-Jones, who's originally from Wales, part of the United Kingdom, where I'm also from, but now is working for the University of Technology in Auckland, based in New Zealand. So you're a long way from home, but you're very welcome here at the Global Conference.
Naami Hinui. I'll just display my linguistic hybridity there for a second.
Good. And Professor Mohammed Aish from the American University of Sharjah, originally Jordanian, but now living and working here in the United Arab Emirates. So we're very welcome to have a Jordanian and also a UAE perspective on this panel today. So let's take our subject at face value then, and talk about the state of media education today. Let's imagine, is there a gap between the state of media education today and where it needs to be for tomorrow? Maybe Dandan, I can ask you that question first. Is everything great? Have we got it all figured out? Is it all fantastic? Are there things we need to change?
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for hosting the panel discussion. And my name is Dandan Zhong from Communication University of China, CUC for short. So most of you may be not familiar with our school. Let me take a very short time to introduce it very briefly. And our school is, like Adrian just now said, is one of the top universities in information communication in China. And we have a rich tradition of media education. And was established in 1954, and it has cultivated more than 100,000 alumni, not only in China media industry, but also all over the world. They are acting as TV presenters, reporters, producers, editors, and broadcasting engineers. So we have two national first-class disciplines. One is journalism and communication. So another is drama and film studies. I totally agree with Andrew just said. The media education is not only for the universities and for the media professionals, even for the high school students, primary schools, we pay much attention to it. But today I want to talk a little bit about our media education strategy in our school. So in 2022, and the CUC has proposed, our president proposed the objective of building the world-class media universities with Chinese characteristics. So there are three leap strategy. So one strategy is from traditional higher education to the future higher education. So future is very important. So higher education is to face the future. So there will be the big change in future education. We should think about it, the transformation of our teaching methods, the evaluation of the teachings, and maybe the concept of the higher educations, the models of it and the path of it. And the second strategy is leaping from the traditional media education to intelligent media educations. So the whole topic of this Media Congress is talking about the AI, artificial intelligence. So we are moving to the intelligent media era. So it's necessary to build a higher education system that matches it. So to achieve this goal, it is necessary to accelerate the improvement of the subject outlet and the curriculum layout and the teacher's knowledge transformation, research and service layout that are compatible with intelligent media education, I think. And third is the leaping from China top universities to world-class universities. So in order to, so our objective is to build a world-class media universities with Chinese characteristics. So in order to build it, it's necessary to develop a high-level international courses and programs and promote the international mobility of teachers and the students and cultivated students with global communication capabilities. So thank you very much for the Emirates News Agency to invite our teachers and the students to come. There is 5 students from CUC International Communication Program to come this time. So come to this Congress. We'll help them to with the global communication capabilities. I think so. CUC as actively respond to the 3 leaps strategy and face future education and strengthen the integration with intelligent media education and promote the discipline construction and teacher knowledge transformation and enhance research capabilities and international influences to build the world-class universities with Chinese characteristics. So the Congress is a great platform for us to know more about the media industry development. It's a rapid development, and it's a great platform to collaborate with the other institutions, the world-renowned universities in media and communication, like the 2 professors, the institutions they're coming from. And thank you, Andrew.
You will come back to some of those themes you've already picked up and introduced for us, so that's really a great introduction. And Daph, if I can come to you next, what about this gap? Is there a gap between what we're doing now in our academic institutions and what we need to do in the future? We didn't get more than 35 seconds into this panel before the phrase artificial intelligence came up. So that's a common theme of the conference for sure. But is there a gap, or what is it we need to do better or more of in the future?
Yeah, maybe I could start with saying a little bit about the institution I come from, because it's slightly different. They're all slightly different, which I think is one of the parts of the answer I'll give in a second. So the Auckland University of Technology is, as the title suggests, very specifically thinking about technology and education, thinking about that kind of the link between sort of human agency and machine improvement of that agency, and it's not always about just using as much technology as possible. It's about thinking through what kind of technology, what technology is, where we should enter into that relationship, how we should enter into that relationship, etc. So that's where we're coming from particularly. Also, Auckland University of Technology, within the ecosystem of universities in New Zealand, sees itself to some extent as a university of access as well. So it's kind of a first generation in the family to go to university. It's a very high demographic of Maori and Pacifica students there as well. So there's a kind of mission, a social mission as well behind that university, to get people from some parts of society that perhaps traditionally weren't into STEM areas, into technology areas, into parts of communication on part of my school that perhaps they hadn't in the past. So, to answer your question, is there a gap? Yes, and there always is. The kind of institution, I suppose with any institution, there's always going to be some kind of historic gap anyway, in terms of an institution is set up and there's buildings built and the staff are employed, etc., and things then move. So I think your point is very interesting there about transforming the staff and the teachers' ability and sort of speeding up their ability to take on new things. And I think that's really a really, really important part of what we do. But that gap is always there. I think it could be quite useful. I mean, I'd like to see it as a useful gap, because we can look at that gap and think, right, what does that gap actually look like? What do we need to put in that gap? And I think it's quite it's problematic and maybe even sort of dangerous for our mission if we forget that. If we think, no, there's no gap, we're absolutely right up, we're doing everything absolutely fine, it's all fine, we don't need to change things. We always need to be thinking about that gap, and I think it's quite a productive, creative gap.
It's interesting you talk about this intersection between journalism and technology. I think when I went to I graduated university in 1987, and the wonderful thing about studying, well, I didn't study, I studied politics, but going into journalism at that generation level was that you could give up mathematics and biology, which I was really bad at, and concentrate on the humanities. And there was a big divide between science and humanities. And everyone who was good at humanities would go into politics or journalism or these other professions. And everyone who was good at maths would go into more engineering fields and technical fields. And now we're getting to an era where, for journalists, it's actually really important to maintain those scientific credentials. Dan was telling me in preparation for this panel that every student who goes through her program in Beijing has to also study coding. I would have been horrified at the idea of having to study coding as a humanities student at that time, but it seems like that actually is part of our future. What do you think, Mohammed? What do you think about this?
Thank you, Adrian, for having me on this platform. Actually, there have always been gaps, between media education programs and realities in the industry, in the market, but they have never been actually larger than what they are today, simply because of the huge transitions that are happening in the industry. And we always say that we would like to create an alignment between programs that we offer to students and the market realities. And things are moving quite fast these days. And the issue that is facing universities, I'm talking about like in the Arab world and maybe around the world, I'm sure, is that how to cope with these transitions. And like in 5 years, for example, we change curricula every 5 years. And then but what we do with the curricula according to the moment now, how the realities of the market, the practices, everything is now. In 5 years, everything we do will be outdated, obsolete, and we have to start over again. So there is this problem here of like a vicious circle here. We have to keep actually running after the media realities in the market, because media are driven by technology, and technology is always on a fast-paced transition. And this is creating a lot of problems actually for universities. How can I prepare a generation of communicators who are able actually to engage positively and creatively with the market realities on a continuous basis? And this is something that we try actually at the American University of Sharjah to handle by inviting professionals to the classroom, taking students actually to field visits to media organizations. The internships are very important. So this is really a big challenge, actually, and it was never before like this as it is now.
So let's tackle this artificial elephant in the room, shall we? This subject of artificial intelligence. And it seems to me that there are parts of this technology that are not controversial. It's about developing software to do tasks that otherwise would be really tedious and boring. And I've done a fair few of them in my journalism career, which I would have been happy to leave to a computer to do. But the more interesting part of the debate is around generative text, the ability to write scripts, to compose journalism itself through generative AI. And obviously there are more issues around that than perhaps with video tagging or some of the other things that can also be done. Where do you think the ethical barriers around that exist? Is that something that we should and have to embrace, or is there a requirement for heavy regulation and education in this area? Mohammed, if you could speak to that.
Thank you. I think all universities, all of us have been taken aback actually by the rise of AI. It's just in the past 3 months or 6 months that we have seen this inflow of thousands of AI applications, generative AI and all that stuff. So programs actually of media education are running through some tension now, some uncertainty, I say, how to deal with this type of technology that has some diminishing effects actually on the analytics, could be. I mean, it has the dark side of it on the students' analytical, cognitive, critical skills, and their ability to do things like the way they have been doing it, because you have this type of dependency now with the technology to create content. Now we are facing issues with creating not only text, but also images, visuals. Midjourney and other tools are generating things that would take actually months for a normal person to do, and they can do it in a moment. And they so there is a big debate actually happening at universities about how to deal with this AI revolution here. And I see, from my point of view, there is a positive side to it and there is a negative. We cannot really stand against this type. I'm not a technological determinist, but I think that
we could do some intervention here as universities, as society at large. And we could actually try to work around the AI technology, not to clash with it, not to stand against it. And we can create like new skills, new opportunities for students to be creative and to be critical at the same time with AI. So it's something that we take it as an opportunity more than a challenge.
I was talking to a couple of the students that you talked about, students attending the conference here, and maybe they're in the room, some students from South Africa, and they were saying that within their university there's this real skepticism about the use of generative AI in terms of for their work. But I'm wondering whether what you said is the reality of the situation, is that when I see my 14-year-old daughter using ChatGPT to rough sketch out an essay in response for a homework request, I sort of realize that like King Canute, you can't hold back the waves. They're going to break on the shore. And so I think it does seem to be a question of embracing it, but also regulating it and doing it in an intelligent way. Is that right, you think, or am I wrong?
I think it's a tricky question. And I think the thing about AI as well, that AI is this big label, but there's actually a lot of different things going on, and a lot of those things are going at different speeds. And from our viewpoint right now, they will have a variety of different effects. So actually to kind of say that's AI and we can tackle it in this way, I think it's maybe reductive of the kind of variety, the diversity of the situation. I definitely agree with you that there are fantastic possibilities in the education space with AI to foster collaboration, to bring about situations where, what we like to think that we train our students to think like communicators, to work like communicators. That means across this boundary of technology and content, or however we would think about in the past. So there's definitely some possibilities, but I think, to be honest, if we talk to industry, they're also in a kind of situation where they're going, what are we going to do here? And so maybe part of what we can do is model some of those approaches for them, which is a situation I think as a university we've always kind of wanted to be in that kind of relationship with industry, rather than just sort of replicating industry, being a sort of critical conscious perhaps for industry in some ways. And this is a moment where I think we can do quite a bit of conceptual work, quite a bit of sort of experimentation with aspects of AI in partnership with industry to kind of try and work out what's going to happen in some areas of it. I think there are other areas of AI that are really, really troubling, and I think individual universities, or even if we come together in this fantastic forum this has been the last few days to talk about it, there's limited amount of stuff we can do. It requires a kind of regulation across sort of some kind of global bodies to ensure that some of the things that we're worried about won't happen, some of the kind of the nightmare scenarios that you hear about. But I think the thing I'd be really worried about is, for example, if we're thinking about triangulating sources, or we're trying to check on sources, that kind of very traditional journalistic skill, when you get to the stage where most sources that you can readily find will be AI generated to some extent or other, then where are you? And I think that we're not quite there yet, but maybe not that far from that slightly difficult position. And so it would be good to try and work out what kind of advice we would give, what kind of steps we would do as universities to mitigate that situation.
Of course, Dandang, China, your university no doubt as well, but China as a country is a leader in artificial intelligence technologies. Your technology industries are world-renowned as being some of the most advanced on the planet. So what's your perspective on this issue, on the advantages, the possibilities of the opportunities of artificial intelligence for students as they enter the industry, but also some of the dangers? How do you see this debate?
Yeah, I think AI is expected to play a significant role in the future of the media education. And in current media environment, we are facing the rapid development of the information technology. So the wide applications of the technologies are like the blockchain, the virtual reality, big data, 4K and 8K is well on the way. So the new generation of artificial intelligence is developing very quickly all over the world. So like the ChatGPT, it's also very big challenge in the China mainland for our media education, and pushing us from the era of the interconnected information to the era of the intelligent information. So I think, in my opinion, we have the course relating to, like you said, the computational thinking and design thinking. We are not only equip the students with the skills of the programming, but the creativity thinking as well. I think the creative thinkings cannot be replaced by the machine. AI may replace many fundamental positions in the field of media, but at the same time, AI can serve as a catalyst and amplifier for creativity, and it should be used widely. So I think there are two ways for the media education. So one is optimizing measures and updating knowledge frameworks and systems in media education. In the era of the intelligent media, the skills required for the media professionals increasingly incline towards creative productions and operations, big data, and so on. However, and these aspects are currently occupied very, very small portions in our existing curriculum system and are distant from the media industry. Therefore, it is necessary to break through the limitations of humanities and increase the portion of the courses related to new media technology, mathematics foundations, and data analysis, and other subjects in the knowledge of framework and system. And just as said, you graduated in 1987, and you never studied the course relating to science and technology because
coding didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
Well, no, it did, but it's certainly not as a the idea of it was not associated with journalism. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's another way is enhancing the cross-disciplinary integrations. So the focus of the reform and media education system lies in the enhancing the integration between humanities and the social science and the natural science. So in terms of the courses offering, it is important to strengthen the inclusion of the courses relating to mathematics, the science, and the cutting-edge technologies. So in order to enhance our media students, the mathematics, the physics foundations, and the technological sensitivities, I think, that help them to cope with the rapid development of the media industry. So I think it's really a big challenge, but not fight for the AI technology and embrace it. Yeah.
So you talked about what the machine can't do. I think that's quite an interesting idea. And having said that we're not going to just focus on journalism, let's just focus on journalism for a moment and think about what the machine can't do. And when I studied journalism after university, there was a lot of emphasis on some things that we haven't talked at all about 20 minutes into this panel, the idea of accuracy, of fairness, of thoroughness of research, of impartiality, all of these sort of very, maybe they're old-fashioned journalistic disciplines, certainly from that era. So I'm wondering, in terms of media education, how much of these non-machine aspects are still important as fundamentals for journalism today? Mohammed, perhaps I could ask you about that.
Well, I think, this is when I was an undergraduate student at the Missouri School of Journalism in the States in the mid-70s, it was exactly what you said that we were learning, that you have to do research, you have to verify sources, you have to make sure that, your data is accurate and all that stuff, objective. Now, the thing here is that we see if there is more actually engagement of technology with the process of drafting news and writing news, then we see less of that happening actually. Because unless there's continuous human intervention here on the part of editors and journalists to verify the news. And AI can give a hand actually, because we can verify the authenticity of news, and images through AI as well. So there's a positive side to AI actually in journalism. But the question here is, like we see actually a new type of trend where students are mixing up like journalism with content creation. They say, we want to be content creators. What's that? I mean, you know, we need to keep the identity of journalism actually through this type of transition into AI technology. And how to do that, this is a big challenge, actually. We need journalism to stay as is. Journalism is journalism, regardless of the type of platform you're using here. So to be students, they would like also to be influencers, you know, not journalists. And, you know, so there's a change of culture here, change of mindset, which I'm not sure like about the implications for the study of journalism and for the teaching of journalism would be like. It's something that, you know, needs to be investigated and discussed further. So what sort of journalism do we need actually in this age of AI? Is it going to be like I mean, you know, like journalism will not die. It will stay. It will be around. We'll see journalism continuing into this type of transition. But what sort of format, what sort of scope, what sort of substance, what sort of character, the identity, you know, all these things are subjects to change. And we need to make sure that we maintain the essence of journalism as a public type of, you know, task, mission, you know, to serve the community and to inform and to keep the community informed about things in the objective and accurate ways. So this is something, you know, is not the responsibility of universities only, but also of the professional community as well. And I know there is a session that is following our session here about how universities could collaborate with the industry in AI things, you know. But I think it's about the industry trying to demonstrate to universities how the best uses of AI technology. I have come to myself, you know, through like personal types of trials that AI is very good actually for doing animations. You know, the traditional way of doing like, you know, every frame you have to draw, and it's gonna, like, you can do it actually in a fraction of the time that you used to consume for doing an animation for 1 minute. AI can, of course, we talk about social analytics, that's AI. You know, big data sets are being analyzed, and we are provided with the data about engagements, about sentiments, about orientations, about outlooks, you know. So these things are good aspects of AI that need to be actually amplified at universities. So, because, you know, there is a stereotype, there is a phobia actually, always, you know, among professors, and that, you know, what's this? We need to educate actually the teachers, the instructors about AI and how it can be used in a positive, constructive way to promote, you know, journalism and other communication formats.
It's interesting, you said you were a graduate of the 70s, I'm a graduate of the 80s, and I've heard this from a number of colleagues, maybe who graduated in those decades, even at this conference, talking about this subject. The idea that then journalism was almost a vocation. Like, you know, you wanted to become a doctor because you wanted to save people's lives, or you wanted to become a journalist because you wanted to uncover truths and correct wrongs in society. And there was a worry, and you've sort of echoed it a little bit there, that this vocational aspect of journalism has sort of dimmed a little bit in amongst all of the other things that we're talking about, which are exciting. And Dafith, I can, you know, turn that to you. How important is it that within our universities and elsewhere that some of these underlying principles are still anchored and find a place in courses of the future and in guidance of the future? Or maybe it's not relevant anymore. Maybe we're just old-fashioned and we got to move with the times.
Okay, on the way to answering the question, I think it's worth thinking, it might be worth thinking about AI as a kind of a supercharged version of social media, in that it's kind of a disruptor to some of the same legacy media. And it's come on pretty quickly after social media, and we've only just really started learning some of the lessons, the strategies, especially across institutions, across nations, of how to deal with some of the consequences of the disruption in social media to these values. I was at a workshop yesterday. It was very, very interesting, where some research was starting to pinpoint, right, let's do this, do this, do this, and we can actually start to eat away at the way that, let's say, for example, populist disinformation works on social media. So now comes AI pretty quickly on the back of social media, in comparison to the usual cycles of these disruptions in media technology, which sometimes, in the history has happened, it happens, and everybody has a kind of a panic about it, and then works things out, and then it settles down again, and then there's another one long enough away from the first one that people can't remember this panic. We had the second one in a row, and in a way, COVID is kind of in the middle as well. So some of these issues are at the forefront of our mind as AI arrive. And I think that makes me reasonably optimistic that we can just carry on the same project in terms of keeping values of truthfulness, of fair representation, of checking sources, of keeping the human relationship still in the message making and the industry of making this content, as it were. And I get your point about people wanting to be content producers. And also I get your point about people saying, students saying they want to be influencers. And when I hear that, I've very maybe naively think, maybe they really mean influencing. They actually want to influence opinion. And they see some of the influencers, as it were, in inverted commas, as being, like a first stage of using that kind of social media technology to do a certain kind of influencing. And now, let's move on from that. Let's kind of mature a little bit. And that's what I see from that generation. They are pretty serious about identity. They're pretty serious about fairness. They're really, really serious about the environment, which looks in trouble for them and their children. So I'm wondering whether actually we can use that the energy from that first disruption and our reaction to it into this disruption.
That's a good point, isn't it, Dandang? Because again, in ages before, you almost needed the umbrella of a big media company to become a journalist or a content or a creator or a media professional, and that isn't the case now, is it? I'm sure that some of your students don't necessarily go and work for big media organizations.
Yeah.
They may become content creators.
Yeah.
So how do you work with them, knowing that their next job is not within an established company? Does that change or influence the sorts of things you're teaching them?
I want to set an example. Well, when I was a student majoring in journalism 20 years ago, I studied from book, the very famous journalist, American journalist and publishers, Joseph Pulitzer, has said a saying, if a country is a ship sailing on the sea, journalists are the lookout of the boat. They have to observe everything on the vast sea, scrutinize the unpredictable storms and the hidden reefs, and issue timely warnings. So the fundamentals of what makes a journalist are rooted in the principles that have stood the test of the time. I think while the media environment is evolving rapidly, these fundamentals are likely to remain essential. So like the truth, accuracy, and research and investigation, like you said, in passion to all the news materials and the storytelling and communication. So I think the skills, we are the universities doing the media education, the skills of a future journalist will likely encompass a combination of traditional journalist skills and new digital competencies. So our school, CUC, is once regarded as the cradle of the TV and the radio talents in China. So in the past for the TV and the radio, in the future for the new media. So it's a combination of traditional media and the social media, new media. That's a comprehensive one. The students have the fundamental of the skills of being how to be a good journalist, reporters, and media talents. But also they have the skills how to cope with the rapid development of the media industry, how to cope with the social media. Yeah.
We've been given the opportunity by our hosts to see if anyone wants to ask a question during this panel. So I'm not going to give it to you immediately because microphones need to come from the back of the stage to you in the audience. So I'm just giving you a little bit of notice back there that please, if you have a think, if anyone wants to ask a question of our panel, have a think what it is, put your hand up, and I'll come to you just in a moment. And to our panel, I'm sure you've been involved in strategy exercises with your own departments in the past, and you usually get to a point in a strategy exercise where someone says you need as an organization, you need to stop doing certain things, you need to start doing certain things. So with your organizations or with media education as a concept, what do we need to stop doing or do less of now, and what do we need to start doing in order to equip ourselves for the future? Perhaps, Mama, you could address that first.
Can I get the question again? Sorry, I just.
Yeah, what do you think we need to pay less attention to now, and what do we really need to really supercharge our efforts for the future in terms of media education?
Well, I think the universities, to departments of or media programs actually, in order to survive, they have to keep their efforts running actually to create this type of alignment between what they teach in the classroom and what is happening actually in the market, and so they cannot like stay aside and say we have nothing to do with that. I mean, it is part of their mission actually to prepare a generation of communicators who are able to meet the challenges of the market, of the industry, and of course at large the community and society at large. So I expect that there will be an ongoing actually work on the part of I think this could be actually best done through collaboration between universities and the industry, because the industry has the vision about how technology will play out actually in the coming years, so they could actually share that with universities, who will have to develop and adapt their curriculum as per those visions. But again, the problem is arising again, is like, there is this transition happening in a very fast way, and universities have to cope with that. They will always be lagging behind. They cannot catch up. I remember, for example, if you look at the history of communication technologies development, the Gutenberg press, it took like 500 years to invent the telegraph.
Yeah.
And then 25 years to invent the telephone and the wireless radio. And so there were like 30, 40 years, but now things are happening on a daily basis. And this is really quite disruptive for media education programs.
I think you're right. I think Charles Darwin figured this out a while ago, that evolution happens whatever you're doing. And so it's just the pace of evolution has really speeded up.
Exactly.
There's a gentleman here. You wanted to ask a question. I'm not sure we've got the microphone for you, but shout and we'll hear you. Here we go. Come here, my friend, and speak to me, because I have a microphone.
Okay. My question was, in this age of global interconnectedness, what advice would you give to someone trying to navigate through the realm of social media? And I've read online about rising concerns about our attention spans worsening, and
Is your attention span worsening?
I can't tell.
Ah.
So, in the age of information overload, what advice would you give to a young person trying to navigate through this age?
Advice. We're looking for advice. Okay, what advice would you give to young people of today who are swamped by the enormity of media and all of the things coming at them? How do they navigate their way through this mass? We call it mass media, this mass of media. What advice would you? Daffod, you take that one.
So I'll follow on from what you were saying. I think the university's first responsibility is to the students. So I mean, in the legal framework in which my university exists, that's absolutely our mandate, is to meet students where they are and to help them on their journey. So to a large extent, it's a bit of, I'm sort of fudging the answer a little bit, but it sort of depends where you want to go. And what's in your way. So it's trying to find those pathways through this morass of different elements, I think, is the thing that we want to navigate. Now that does mean, I think the older structures such as journalism, PR, filmmaking, radio, etc., in a way is still quite useful, because we can just hold on to them a little bit like guide rails, and then the university's job, I think, is to kind of guide you through how they have been converged. And they've been converged for quite a long time now, and this new disruption is going to converge things even more. But in a way, the game hasn't changed that much. You still want to communicate, I guess, with an audience. You still want to find that audience. You still to express something about yourself and the real world to that audience, to have a certain effect, to be part of a certain model of human consequence, I guess. So if we keep our focus on that, and then together with you as a student, work our way through those problems. I don't think we can solve all those problems. I don't think we can do everything, but I think that's a good principle to put the forefront. And just to echo something from the keynote earlier on, which I think was really, really interesting and absolutely hit the nail on the head for our context. It's very interesting that that was true in this context, is the era of the kind of expert lecturer thing, I think, and the delivery in that nature, that's gone. It should have gone some time ago, and now it's really been forced out to some extent by this technology, where you have to be in collaboration now with AI as well as each other to work out what's going on. So I think, I don't know if that's a good answer, but I think we will try and guide you through that morass, I think, and you should ask us to do that as well. Yeah. So if we start saying, no, sit back, listen to me, I'll tell you, because I did it 30 years ago, I would suspect that position and ask for more guidance, I think.
I'm going to let Professor Mohammed close this session, so let's come to you next, Dan. What about advice? What advice are you giving your communication students for the future?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. So despite these challenges, we see immense potentials for the future of media education. So we envision future where our students, they are not just passive recipes, but we are embrace the future, embrace the information technology, not a passive one, but we are active participants in its creations. So they will be empowered with the skills and knowledge to shape the media industry. That's the theme of the Congress. Shape the media industry. So you are the future of the media industry, and create meaningful and impactful content. So we have some suggestions, not the skills. One is curiosity. So always maintaining curiosity towards the emerging things and technology, and accepting the development of the emerging technology, and embracing the impact and challenges of the information technology on our society. And another is creativity. Just now I mentioned the talents with creative thinking cannot be replaced by machines. The third is interest. Interest is the best teacher, and find your true passion in the professional studies and become specialized in a certain field, and leverage the power of new technologies such as AI to greatly enhance its advantages. And
you're not allowed 4 pieces of advice, only 3 pieces of advice allowed.
Sorry.
So, because we're running out of time. Professor, give us your thoughts.
Right, thank you. Actually, like we believe that media education is an interdisciplinary type of field. So I think I advise students to broaden their knowledge in the other disciplines, humanities, social sciences. And if you are as part of a liberal arts education program, you're lucky because you have access to other knowledge from other disciplines. The other thing is that we should, journalism is about graduating intellectuals more than technology users. Technology use, you can get actually the skills through some short-term type of workshops. How to use the camera, how to use to do editing, how to all these technicalities. But to build up your intellectual background is the big challenge, and you have to do it while on campus and try to, broaden your knowledge and get backgrounded in the different aspects of knowledge. Because as a journalist, you should know how to ask the right questions. You should be a good researcher. You should be able to identify your sources and to structure your story in a highly attractive way that it would attract also attention on the part of audiences. Thank you.
And to wrap up, let me give you my advice, which is don't imagine that your media education stops when you graduate. As a 50-year-old man working in the media, every week I have to force myself to learn new things. As soon as you stop learning new things, your career is kind of over. So keep learning. It's a journey all the way through your career, all the way through your life. So thank you to our excellent panel. It's been most interesting and very provocative. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to our question. It's great to have a little bit of interactivity on the panel. And thank you to our hosts. I hope you've enjoyed the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
ومن واقع التعليم الإعلامي المعاصر نترككم الآن في استراحة قصيرة.
From reality of media education, we will stop for a break and then we come back at 2 sharp to discuss more about the future of the media sector. Thank you very much, and meet you after the break.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rawan Musa, and I will be the MC for the second half of the day. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend my warm thankful to our beloved speakers, panelists, and guests, and for those who traveled all the way to be part of this event. Welcome to Abu Dhabi. Our next panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Percy Fernandes, Professor and Chairperson.
You're very famous.
School of Media and Communication of Manipal Academy. Our multi-industry speakers on this session are Liu Yonggang, Editor-in-Chief, The Paper of China. Rita Basquiz, Director of La Prensa Newspaper of Panama. Faisal Abbas, Editor-in-Chief, Arab News KSA. Abdullah Abu Sheikh, founder and CEO of Astra Tech UAE. Welcome.
Thank you, Marwan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're all familiar with how media outlets and media organizations have been collaborating with technology corporations and educational institutions, in particular, universities and colleges. We're also familiar with how they kind of find synergies between newsrooms, boardrooms, and classrooms, if I may. And increasingly, the media landscape is been changing, and more than ever, I think we've been seeing a transformative space, particularly in the times that we live in. With about 3 editors here, I feel that I'm back in the newsroom. And today's topic, how can media schools, and if I have added news media organizations and technology companies cooperate more? To discuss on this topic, I have an impressive panel. Rita Vasquez, an author, lawyer, and a journalist. She's currently the director of La Prensa newspaper in Panama. Faisal Abbas, the editor-in-chief of Arab News, the changing face of the region. Yonggang Liu is the CEO of an editor-in-chief of a newspaper called Peng Pai Xinwen. And of course, we have Abdullah Abu Sheikh, is the founder and CEO of Astra Tech, a leading consumer technology holding group in the MENA region. Let me come to you, Rita, first. Taking cue from the topic, how can media schools, media organizations, and technology companies cooperate more? Are we cooperating enough?
Thank you, Percy, for your question. And I'm going to answer your question in 3 parts. It is very difficult to conclude that media organizations work in perfect harmony with universities. And that is because each operates at different pace. For example, it is very challenging for students to pretend to be trained in technology only in the universities, because by the time they graduate, everything has been changed. So in reality, what they need to do is to keep continuing to train themselves, so the same way we do when we are in the field. For media organizations to keep up, they must invest significant amount of resources in training, in softwares, and in hardwares in order to keep up. So in reality, it is crucial not only for universities and technology companies who partnership with a lot of media organizations nowadays, and media organizations to keep up, but we try our best. And then we also have, to face the challenge of the debate about, ongoing debate about media polarization. So it is a very, very difficult part. Secondly, you asked me about the perception of the media in Panama. Well, the same way societies are divided all over the world, the same way it is in Panama. So it is really difficult. We have to make a big effort to make sure our coverage is done with sufficient independence and trustworthy. For instance, if people believe that the media is aligned with a particular political group or party, it may affect trust in the objectivity and the accuracy of the news reporting. The same occurs if, for instances, there is misinformation, biased reporting, or sensationalism in the that basically erodes the trust in the organization. The same way, the rise of social media basically affects public perception as well. And at the end, it contributes to the dissemination of information and public sentiment as well. And finally, the third point of your question is, at La Prensa, the newspaper that I proudly run, has made a tremendous effort to reach out, to make our information to be reached by all types of audiences, from our printed edition to our social media platforms, even to organize face-to-face events in which we bring to the public the key players, both at government and in the private sector. So at the end, we have to keep up with it and make sure we provide our audiences with what they want, the information they need, and how they want to obtain it.
Thank you, Rita. Faisal, let me come to you next. Rita discussed, kind of listed out a series of challenges, if I may. And that is my second question: how are you coping up as an editor of Arab News? But my first question to you is, that has been a narrative that journalists have very little role to play, particularly after the onset of social media companies and technology corporations have come into play in basically content production. What are you doing at Arab News as the editor-in-chief to underscore the cornerstones of journalism?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that is the heart and soul of what we do. And I know people make fun of such conferences because we repeat these conversations over and over. However, it just pains me to see that people do not understand the essence of journalists. And you walk around the hallway, whether it's here or in any media conference, and you constantly hear, is there room for journalism? Aren't you guys dinosaurs? Hasn't your time passed? Social media is now the dominant force. My answer to all of that, and it's not my answer, it's the reality. Look at all the wars that we are facing. It's not me who just invented this phrase. It's a phrase that has been said for decades and decades and decades. The first casualty of war is the truth. When you have so many social media platforms and you are unable to distinguish what is right from what is wrong, then surely the role of a person whose professional job it is to verify news, to tell you what is real and what is not, couldn't be more important. So you ask me, what are we doing at Arab News? We are working day and night. We are doing what we can in the scope of area that we know, which is the Arab world. Whatever we do is going to be a drop in the ocean, but we are very proud to be contributing that drop in the ocean. But I think us collectively, as journalists, we all need to stand up together and realize this is, when your back is against the wall, it's not the time you throw in the towel and you give up. This is the time for professional, caring journalists, because we are seeing, whether it's this war in Gaza, whether it's the war in Ukraine, whether it's individual hate crime, we are seeing a lot of actions being based on fake news, and there's nobody standing up to it, and that's somebody that should stand to it should always be a professional, well-trained journalist.
Thank you, Fazal. I'm going to come back to you because my mind is racing when you sort of really answered, but I'm just, let me come back to you, Yong Angliu. What is the perception of media in China by, of course, by the general public and of course by students who are aspiring to become journalists and media professionals? And how have you, as an editor come CEO, been collaborating with these institutions? And what has been the journey so far?
Thank you. Actually, this is a very challenging question. In China, there is a scenario, and in media university or media school, and actually we have more and more students. But after they graduate, and we have less people, students graduates, and who really work in the traditional media organizations. That means, and with the development of social media and also the new AI technologies, the traditional media sector actually is facing big challenges. And for those students, they are confused. And of course, some people are very excited. And they will use different tone. And this is media. This is media. Is this media? For example, for some mainstream media, on the social media, they have done a lot of vlog or video logs. Actually, it changed the perception of the students and for the media. But however, this is a very good way to promote for news promotion. And actually, it generates discussions. And from the paper's perspective, and we have been working closely with colleges and universities. Actually, it's not just the students from the media schools who are confused. Actually, what we need to do is, and we work with students and professors from media schools and to help them. Actually, I'm from Paper News. And we work with Fudan University and other universities. And we invite students and to visit our company. And we give up the newspaper, actually paper, and we now working on the internet. And also, we sent our journalists and to the universities to have discussion with students. And secondly, and for some interviews, and we work and with students. For example, we have the program during the summer holidays, and we will invite the journalists and universities and to work on some projects. And we use new media tools and to have interview and for production. And also, we will do some research, for example, digital news. In university, actually, they haven't done a lot of work and on the digital news. And for us, and this is a very good opportunities and to work with universities. For example, we work with Fudan University to have a digital data lab. And also we work with traditional media organizations, and we also have workshops and for writing. And we work together and to have some concrete work. And thirdly, theoretically, and we want to have in-depth exploration. And this year, in last month, and we work with Fudan University. We work with the students for doctor degree. And we were wondering if we can have some projects together, because you will study in the university for 3 to 4 years. And we can do some research And so we can together to think about what will the future be and for the media. So those are our practice, and we have achieved some results. And actually, in this area, and we can build this bridge, and we can invite more discussions, and also we can find the direction and for the media development.
Yungang, I'm just trying to paraphrase what Oli said in a sentence, and how students are increasingly confused about the current state of news, and how I think Yungang is partnering with a lot of universities, including Fudang University, to make sense of and make clear to all the stakeholders, including students, us particularly, what is digital news. And Abdullah, I think taking cue from what Yungang said, you've been a serial tech entrepreneur in the region, and you have a very, certainly not a very conventional style of leadership in looking at things. You have a holding company that has got basically has a litany of technology consumables. What other areas of synergy do you think you've already envisioned, particularly with education and learning?
I think I would pivot off of what Faisal mentioned. I think in this day and age, or at least with what we're seeing unfold over the past while, the first, I think, casualty of this war was not the truth. Maybe it was the traditional media industry and the big media titles and names. We're a technology business, so we do know very well how fast a truth can be produced. And with all the new tools that people are getting access to, I think it's getting very important that there are checks and balances and somebody to check what's what. You can very quickly manufacture a very believable asset, a very believable story, and push it extremely quickly to hundreds of millions of people within seconds. And like Faisal said here, is who's checking what, right? And that becomes a very big question for not just students and not just the technology companies, but also for whoever is digesting the actual output or the actual data and the actual news that are coming out of those outlets. I think our role as a business certainly pivots around trying to make sure most of the sources that are coming on within our platforms are as valid as we can find them to be, and surely always trying to make sure we're connecting our users with their data source of choice. And I think just through the data that we look at, and we're privileged to have hundreds of millions of users, which gives us a lot of visibility on what are people looking at. We do see that there is a very big drop in the trust or the viewership of big titles of media agencies and media news and newspapers and what have you. And I don't think because it's a thing of digital versus physical, but I do think it's that people are looking for unbiased truth, and maybe a lot of organizations did not manage to provide that as people wanted to digest it. So I think the role of technology will keep evolving. The tools are evolving extremely quickly. Users are having a lot more awareness now to things and a lot more validation tools as well to be able to validate if something checks out or not extremely fast as well. So I think in the new age of journalism or media, you would need students and you would need professionals to be very aware of how do I look at something and how do I make sure it is valid, because people are now have a very quick way to validate a story and validate what you're talking about. So, yeah.
Fazil, I'm going to come back to you, and also to Rita, because he tried to sort of take on what you said. The first casualty is certainly not true, but with the traditional media, between trying to navigate between exclusives, which is like if you're running a television channel, and between accuracy. How do you navigate, particularly given the current sort of circumstances and what you've been sort of covering?
Look, I don't necessarily disagree. This is, an egg-chicken conversation. What comes first, the egg or the chicken? The reality is, let's not waste time pointing fingers. There is a problem that needs to be fixed. This problem has existed since the beginning of humanity. Essentially lying since the days of Adam and Eve. Until today, it has progressed. The tools have progressed. I think the key word here that has been used is tools. My argument is there needs to be professionals whose job it is to verify the truth. That category of professionals have traditionally been called journalists. Now, the changing factor here is artificial intelligence. So. We are coming to a point like at this war in Gaza. It started. We heard about a rumor about 40 babies being decapitated. There's an old English saying that says a rumor flies halfway around the world while the truth is still wearing its trousers. It ended up being denied by the Israeli government itself. After what? After half of the world heard about it. Now, this is just a rumor. Imagine the next war, which is inevitable someplace in the world 5 years from now when AI is fully developed. Imagine what you can start. I mean, this literally seems like a scene from a Bond film. I don't know if you've seen Tomorrow Never Dies, but this is essentially somebody with a keyboard saying, I want the world to believe this. And you will be able to create in an instant a video, a voice, a reality that people will believe. There is no human capability. So this is why I'm saying it's not pointing fingers. The intention is there as humans to verify it, but what we do need is tools. And to end this argument, I think what AI breaks, only AI can fix. So what is needed now is a universal declaration or universal agreement about the ethical use of AI, and there needs to be filters created by AI that can immediately identify a video that tells you this is not real, this is manufactured instantly.
Thank you, Fazal. I also, just to reiterate what sort of Faisal Abbas said yesterday, I think I was listening to a conversation from one of the panelists. They said, of course, AI also has the pros and cons, but there is also what is called the public service algorithm that can actually try and fix what we are actually discussing. And Rita, any sort of lessons from Panama as to how you navigate the challenges of that we just, Faisal and sort of Abdullah just discussed?
Definitely, we have had several challenges, the same as the rest of the world. Nowadays, audiences have more information than ever at their hands. Therefore, and because of the nature of the digital world, their attention span is a lot less. And then, of course, we as a written or a newspaper, those years where we wrote 1,500-word stories are long gone. People just are not really interested in reading them. So you have to keep up with what audiences basically are asking you. For the first time in life, or in history of journalism, I believe, people or audiences tell you what they want to read, where they want to read it, and how they want to read it. And if you want to keep up with it, you just have to really keep them engaged. Oftentimes, we find ourselves writing the same story in 3 different ways. We can't forget our loyal readers of the printed edition. For those, we write the 1,500-word stories because they like them. But then we have to write a shorter version, more interactive for a digital website. And then we also have to write a shorter version, maybe 10 key points of a certain issue for our social media audiences. So in general, I think at the end, the challenges are there. But what you have to keep in mind is you have to learn the lessons. And you need to be able to keep up with your ethical principles, making sure that you review everything. Sometimes nowadays you think, is it worth it to be first, or is it worth it to be best? So in my book, I always tell my journalist the second one. I'd rather be the best one than the first one, even though if that makes me the second one to come up with a story. And at the end, it's also the huge challenge of revenue. At the end, media outlets need to generate revenue so they can produce more stories. And that's the biggest challenge right now, I think.
Yonggang, on that note, of sort of generating revenue and also trying to ensure the cornerstones of journalism and news principles are kept at your newspaper, what challenges have you faced?
Yes, actually, there are many challenges for media in the past, and we were making newspaper, traditional newspaper, in the face of challenges, and so now we closed the newspaper, and now we focus on the online media. However, every day we are facing challenges, different kind of challenges, and however, we have been sticking to something, and also we are making changes as well. And we've been sticking to our initial thoughts, and we will report truth. And also we will report the things, also the news that in line with most of people. And we need to report accurate news, and those are our challenges. And also with the development of AI, we are also facing challenges. And also economically, we are also facing challenges. And in the past, it was easy to produce papers, but now, and we need to provide a thorough service and to our clients, not just give them a space and on the website or give them a banner. And actually, yesterday I heard Minister Wang mention that content is very important. Content is the king. And so we spend a lot of effort and time on the content. And the good content, it should be spread widely. And also, the content should be well received and by your audience. And we have done a lot of work in this area. And we also use new media. And also we can make a poster. And also we can make it into a video. And also we can make it into a multimedia product. So this can bring the interest of our audiences. And in the face of fake news, and we have a program and to verify the news. I think this is very important. And with the AI, and intentionally or unintentionally, and some people make fake news to attract more traffic, to attract more views. And we need to verify them. But how do you do that for some fake news or fake photos? And maybe part of the photos is true, but the conclusion is wrong. And we can use the AI technology to help us, because by using AI, sometimes it's more accurate and more efficient. And now we use a human being and to check the news, but maybe they cannot identify the problem. But with AI, and we can identify, okay, the time is not right, and the wording is not right, so the conclusion is not right. So we can fully take full advantage of technology and to do this. Speak of technology, the transformation of media and should be in line with, or we should have involved the university and other technology companies. And we work with universities. On the other, and then we also with technology companies as well. However, there are contradictory, and because for the platforms and they want to use our news and to attract views. However, we also want to generate more revenues by post the news. And we have a system which can validate the news in a very short time. And we also use AI technology and to solve the cost challenge. In the past, and for a video, we need 10 people, but with AI technology, maybe one person can generate 2 pieces of news. So now we have AI videos and AI audios and AI posters. And at the same time, we are confident to try new things. And just now, we launched a video stream
Good quality content. So is there anything from the offing from AstroTech, particularly in the region where you can corral news consumers and readers that you've envisioned?
So with Astra, we don't currently offer content as a service, but what we do offer is the biggest communications platform in this part of the world, and very often what people communicate about is content. So we try and remain on that edge where we can give everybody free access to whatever the sources that they want to have are, and enable them to see whatever they think they want to look at more. And that's where we as a business try and maintain our focus, because as I said, and as the guys, obviously they're the experts, they mentioned, with the presence of those tools and with all of the modernization that is happening, curating content becomes extremely difficult. And like Faisal said, I still do believe that individual, that gatekeeper, journalist, whatever the title is going to be as we move along, will become more and more important, because like I said, with the last war that we are witnessing right now, we do see a massive trend of people saying, don't believe it until X says, or don't believe anything that comes out until Y says. And X or Y happens to be, maybe a 20-year-old journalist on the ground. And that shows you that, somebody built a billion-dollar organization and they still could not get the attention and the sincerity and maybe the eyeballs of a person with a social media account. But that's just because that person is, like was said, is maintaining the neutrality, becoming the truth source, and so on and so forth. So I do believe as things evolve even further, and because we were one of the first platforms to launch local GPTs, we're probably the biggest developer in the AI space for the region. We do see how fast those tools are coming to life, and you almost have this continuous comparison. Faisal wants a tool that tells you what the truth is. That's Team Code Blue, and then you have a red team that comes with a tool that lies to the tool, and that will always keep happening. This is how technology evolves. So that person or that professional will always remain at the center of all of those technologies. I just hope that those professionals will be able to use those technologies as proficiently as the people who want to misuse those technologies, and I think this is how we view it from our end.
Fazal, do you think the tide is turning? When I'm asking if the tide is turning, particularly the way that we have viewed and consumed news, established news organization and media outlets from Western companies, and what does it take, particularly for Arab News and other entities in the region, to sort of lend credible news so that people from around the world can watch and consume and say, well, this is what I'm watching, this is what I want to watch? Quick words, yes.
I want to tie in both these points because it's very important. The point about the tools are there and it's how good you use them. Unfortunately, there's always an incentive for, let's call them the bad guys. There's always the incentive for the bad guys to do them, and it's always more costly for the good guys to do it. If you take it from a fake news perspective, it is extremely cheap and easy to launch. If I go now, if the URL realnews.net happens to be available, I can pay $14, buy the URL. Depending on how many coffees I have in the morning, if I'm in a creative mood, I can come up with a fake news story. It will go viral, and guess what? Google, Facebook, X, they're gonna reward me for getting the traffic, and essentially it has cost me $14 and a cup of coffee. Take that example to what we do in a newspaper. I have to pay editors, sub-editors, photo rights, legal fees, my salary, the security officer salaries, etc., etc., etc. So it becomes much more difficult and costly when you are using these tools for the good cause. However, this is what I said, it needs to be a joint effort between governments, tech companies, and traditional media providers, because this is beyond profits. This is for the greater good of society. I don't want to get too politicized, but we all remember, for using a non-political example, in 2016, I don't know if the audience is aware, but something called Pizzagate. So this is a fake news story that circulated so widely in the United States that there's a pizzeria that had a child abuse ring inside of it. And in the United States, bless them, it doesn't take them much to get a gun out and go shoot somebody. So somebody took a gun out and went to a pizzeria and fired at all the staff, and the story wasn't even true. So, and that's just one example of how fake news do. So I absolutely agree. The tools are there. Credible, ethical, professional journalists need to be enabled, and we need the cooperation between government, tech companies, and media companies.
Tools are there, and we need to enable professional journalists. That is all the time, and that is what time that we have for. Thank you so much, audiences. Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you, Yongang. Thank you, Faisal Abbas. And thank you, Rita Vasquez, for all your wonderful insights. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a wonderful panel. Thank you so much for the moderator and for the speakers again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Wu Ben, Director of Huawei Cloud Marketing of China, for his presentation, From Media Services to Media Infrastructure, the True Potential of Technology Adoption. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. It's my great honor to stand here and share with you the fantastic changes happening around us, especially in the media and the entertainment industry. So we can see that from the year 1878, the world's first video came out. It completely changed the way people convey information. And thanks to computer graphics, the blockbuster Avatar has brought us brand new 3D audio and video experience. And when we're entering the mobile internet era, we are able to work out with our fitness coach and millions of trainees online simultaneously. And now we are entering the 3D internet era. The 3D internet is a set of interconnected virtual worlds that can create a 3D environment that's so immersive and realistic like never before. We can see that the new business is booming in the next generation of the 3D internet. To grasp the opportunities, we want to help the industries to build the competence in the whole process of content production, distribution, and consumption to improve the content production efficiency and deliver the ultimate user experience, and finally, evolve from watching the videos to play and work in a virtual space based on the Huawei Cloud Media Infrastructure. So nowadays, more and more movies and TV shows are adopting the virtual production technologies to create more attractive special effect. The requirements of the digital content production has been leveraged to a new height. Like the animation form has changed from 2D to 3D, and the 3D model facet has been increased from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. All these changes requires the upgrade of the creative tools and the services. So we are wondering that if we can do that to provide the industry with more powerful tools and services. So I want to introduce our workspace. It is a one-stop content production platform that streamlines the design and the rendering processes. Designers from different locations can get access to the digital content for the remote collaborative content development with a 4K resolution, 60 frame per second display quality. As the mouse and keyboard click response time is lower than 30 milliseconds, everything is implemented few likes on your laptop. And as all the content are created and development on the cloud, access rights could be assigned to different designers or creative personnel to ensure the content copyright. One more thing, as we can see, the cloud rendering farm has been widely used in various scenarios, like the 3D animations, the TV and film special effect. One of the main pain points for this industry is how to shorten the rendering time. Take the movie Avatar 1, for example. It used 4,000 on-premise servers to render the film, and it takes around 2 years to finish the task. However, the Avatar 2, after they adopted the cloud rendering services, they shortened the whole rendering time to 8 months with much higher workload and better quality. So for Huawei, we are providing a better cloud rendering services with our own proprietary AI algorithm. We can accelerate the rendering efficiency with the fourfold of the original required time. So let's take a closer look of the movies we rendered with our partners. It's quite amazing, right? So this is one of the masterpieces we have done with our partner XRender to render the very big budget film. And big budget content requires advanced transmission technologies to deliver the content to the end users with ultimate user experience. Traditionally, the broadcast is unidirectional with more than 3 to 10 milliseconds of latency. However, in the future, the broadcasting, the streaming will be featured with ultra low latency and more real-time interactives. So we are providing the OTT solutions, which is a one-stop services to provide live video on demand and social media streamings. We have integrated the transcoding, DRM, AI, and CDN services together for easy use. And we are also industry-leading QoS. For example, the playback successful rate could be more than 99.9%. And we are also offering the high definition, low bitrate features to lower down the bitrate so that we can deliver more efficiently with lower cost. And finally, we have CDN nodes all around the world, more than 2,800 CDN nodes to reserve more than 180 terabits per second bandwidth to ensure the ultimate user experience. I want to give you one example. Last year, we have helped our customers to broadcast the World Cup for the whole 64 matches. From the traffic diagram, you can see that we've been through multiple traffic search. throughout the World Cup season. The first one arrived when the Argentina lags behind Saudi Arabia. 3 million users flooded in, instantly increased the bandwidth by 6 terabytes per second. And in the final, we have helped more than 2 million viewers to watch the matches on top of Huawei Cloud platform simultaneously. The total bandwidth for that match is more than 40 terabits per second. So we have been through all these challenges, searched and delivered the ultimate viewing experience for the football fans to make them enjoy the best moments. So all this advanced transmission technology enables us to explore the more possibilities in the metaverse. You can see that nowadays almost everything works online, like the mobile applications, web pages, and digital operating system. Almost everything works online. We can see that the metaverse is a 3D elevation of the online spaces, which spans the augmented reality and virtual simulation in the world around us. So the way we interact with each other has changed completely. So we need to embrace the evolution for the future form of the communication. So for Huawei, we are providing the AIGC services through our Meta Studio platform. We are offering the industry with our Pangu virtual human large models, which enable the enterprises to build their digital employees through generating the virtual human models of a real human photo or videos, and then drive the virtual human through the cameras, speech, or text, so that they can generate a bunch of videos. Here, I want to give you 3 application scenarios. One is for the brand ambassadors. We can use the virtual human to be your brand ambassador rather than to hire a celebrity influencer, which means that the brand image is more controllable. Even if you don't need to worry about the scandal happened to the celebrity, you don't need to worry about the schedule, the time slot the celebrity have. All the things you need to do is to create whatever you want based on this virtual human. And another scenario is like the news broadcaster. You can see that for the media industry, every day there's a lot of news produced, but most of them are text-based. We can use the text as the input of the virtual broadcaster to generate a bunch of videos of the news with the famous broadcasters to do that. It could be more attractive and more interesting for the readers and the listeners to view. And in the end, we can use our platform to build the 3D spaces. All of know that whenever you have a virtual human, you want to interact with the 3D space. The 3D space can help the enterprise to build a better platform to communicate with the customers, to exchange ideas and thoughts. So for the Meta Studio provided by Huawei Cloud, we enable the enterprises to build their own 3D spaces for the virtual exhibition, for the branding campaigns, and more comprehensive 3D applications that you can imagine. For our platform, we can host up to 100,000 virtual spaces with more than 10,000 users interacted within it. So we can support more than 100 million concurrent messages and with very low latency, less than 50 milliseconds. So it will make you feel like you are interacting with other players in the real time. So such kind of 3D applications could be applied to social, play, and work, and other applications that go beyond our imaginations. So I want to give you one example in the media and entertainment industry. The Hunan Satellite TV station is a traditional TV station in China. They produce a wide range of variety shows. One of its famous variety shows is called Hello Saturday. you can see on the right side of the screen, there's a virtual host created and interact with the real human. So it will make the variety show more energetic, younger, and innovative. The first day of the debut of the virtual host has attracted more like 9.48 million viewers to watch it simultaneously online. So you can see the power of the creative of such a virtual human. And we have cooperated with this traditional TV station to explore more possibilities on the 3D spaces. We have built a metaverse, which is called Mango Fantasy City. So inside this metaverse, we can host a bunch of new events. For example, in the middle of the screen, you can see that it is a virtual human fashion show. So when you watch the fashion show, you can watch, try, and even buy clothes inside of it. So it can provide you a new form of the promotion to sell your product. And the last example is a virtual concert, which reflects the real-world concert into each digital twins in the metaverse. So so for the viewers, they don't need to go all the way to the favorite stars on-site concert. They can just view it with their VR glasses in their home and wandering inside the live show and interact with their favorite stars. So all these applications is real and happening in China. So in the end, you can see that the audio and video technology has become a core technology that fuel the industry. So Huawei Cloud, we want to provide the media infrastructure, which is consist of media network, Meta Studio, open cloud apps, and SDKs. We want to leverage our partners' scenario-specific solutions to accelerate the digitalization process of industries like media, internet, education, tourism, finance, so that we believe with our solutions, we can help our customers to expand their business boundaries and finally achieve the commercial success. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Wapen, for the presentation. And now our next keynote presentation is Fact-Checking, Media Literacy, and Educational Curriculum, will be delivered by On Young-John, President and CEO of MBC South Korea. Please welcome On Young-John to the stage.
Thank you for having me. I am CEO and President of MBC, a global media group in South Korea. MBC is a South Korean broadcasting corporation that produced Physical 100, which ranked #1 in the Netflix TV series, and Jewel in the Palace in Korean 대장금, which gained much popularity in Asia and Middle East. Also, MBC News has recently achieved several top-ranking views in the YouTube, current affairs, and politics section. Today, I would like to talk about the fact-check contest that the Korea Broadcasting Journalist Association initiated 6 years ago. I was serving as the president at the association back then. Fact-check contest is a media literacy project that leverages South Korea's passion for education any middle or high school student, college student, or citizen can participate. The student who wins the first place receives the Minister of Education Award. The citizen who wins first place receives the Korea Communications Commission Award. The second and third place winners receive awards from the Presidential Broadcasting Corporation. Every year, hundreds of citizens and students participate, and about 10 win with prize money up to $3,000 US. 70% of participants are students and job seekers. For middle and high school students, the award is significant as an extracurricular activity, especially if the student pursues a journalism-related major in college. And for future journalists and producers, it is a valuable career opportunity. The grand prize for the second contest in 2019 was given out to a team of 4 college students. They even had the opportunity to participate in the Google Summit held in Singapore in December of that year and present their fact-checking process on the main stage. All expenses, including the flight, were covered by Google Korea and the Korea Broadcasting Journalists Association. One of the students passed the press exam for a major broadcaster the following year and is currently working as a reporter. And I believe such a success story will continue to grow. This year marks the 6th fact-check contest, and the award ceremony was held last week. The history of the contest traces back to the Global Trends report by the US NIC, National Intelligence Council, submitted to the new President Trump back in January 2017. The NIC warned about the spread of misinformation on social media and predicted that companies like Google and Facebook will hire more fact-checkers with journalism backgrounds. The Google Trends report, which is released every 4 years, right after the US presidential election, turns out to be very accurate. Misinformation has spread across the globe, not only in the US, but also in Korea, India, and Europe. The first meeting for the contest was held in May 2018 at the Korean Broadcasting Journalists Association office. We were joined by experts in various fields, including contests, media monitoring, media startups, and rural media and media literacy, and I also participated as the president. After discussions, we decided to start the contest during the college summer break. We decided to present the awards in the name of the Korea Communications Commission, in charge of broadcasting policies, and the Minister of Education, in charge of education policies. We also made awards in the name of the chairman of the National Assembly Broadcasting Standing Committee, and the presidents of 3 major public broadcasters in Korea, including MBC and YTN news channel. All this was to attract more students and citizens to participate. We also created a video to explain the basics of fact-checking and uploaded it on the internet and mobile platforms. The fact-checking organization of Seoul National University provided advice for video production. The contest was divided into two categories. The fact-checking category, which requires a high level of investigative skills and critical thinking, and the content category, which requires content that emphasizing the danger of misinformation and the importance of fact-checking in our daily lives. Elementary school students were also allowed to submit slogans emphasizing the importance of fact-checking. The cost, including prize money, judging fees, and award ceremony expenses, was expected to be about $60,000 US. So we convinced the executives of public broadcasters and news channels, which play a pivotal role in the Korean Broadcasting Journalists Association. We also explained the purpose of the contest to companies that have suffered from fake news. And Google Korea and Newstop, a fact-checking media outlet, decided to join us. For today's GMC event, I prepared an upgraded version of the video that we used to explain the basics of fact-checking at that time. Let's take a look at the video. If anyone is up for the contest, I hope you find this helpful. On a slightly different note, I have a quiz for you. What seems to be off in this article? The annual cosmic radiation exposure level of Korea Airline (KAL) flight attendants has been found to be over 4 times higher than that of flight attendants of other airlines in South Korea. The highest annual average for KAL flight attendants is 4.681 MSV. This is nearly 5 times of the lowest figure, 1.024 MSV, the annual average for airline age flight attendants. What seems to be off in this article? KAL is national airline. This is an article from a local newspaper based on a report from a member of the National Assembly for Region B. 2 college students, the 2018 contest winners, fact-checked this article based on the radiation exposure data on the Korea Foundation of Nuclear Safety website. Radiation exposure is affected by the number of polar region flights and the flight distance. However, compared to KAL, other airlines had fewer international routes, shorter flight distance, and no polar region flights. Therefore, they found this to be an inappropriate comparison and a false narrative. The judges highly praised this fact-checking case, pointing out that the journalism of the member of National Assembly and the local media of Region B. The article implied that the low-cost airline from Region B was safer than KAL, a national airline. With each contest, the quality of the entries increased. Participants in the content category also began to incorporate fact-checking. In the fact-checking categories, new fact-checking techniques emerged. Some compared translated extracts with the original text in a foreign language to find out exaggerate parts. Some fact-checked Korean financial news outlets that usually don't disclose their sources. They first searched the content on the portal sites like Google and Naver and translated the search results into English using a translator. Then they cross-checked the information through foreign media outlets. The award ceremony is attended by key figures, including the minister in charge of broadcasting and communication, the chairman of the standing committee, and the presidents of broadcasting corporations. They present the awards, and an announcer of a terrestrial channel serves as the MC. Even the fact-checkers from Japan and Taiwan participated in the second award ceremony to benchmark the contest. News of the ceremony was spread through terrestrial broadcasting news and mobile content. And this year, Newstop, a fact-checking media that has co-hosted the contest, became an official member of IFCN, International Fact-Check Network. On September 29th, the New York Times reported the momentum behind the organizations that aim to combat online falsehood has started to taper off. It said that only 20 new fact-checking sites emerged, compared with 83 in 2019, and some even gone quiet in recent years in Canada and Austria. It pointed out that harassment and government repression remain major deterrent, and that political polarization has turned fact-checking into a target among right-wing influencers. It is very regrettable considering that the active role of fact-checking organizations is crucial. In fact, an active fact-checking organization requires more public awareness and media literacy. There is a saying that goes, don't give him fish, teach him how to catch fish. The fact-check contest will serve as an opportunity to cast a net to catch the fish, called fake news. I'd like to bring this presentation to a close with an interesting quote from a friend of mine who is a member of NASA, a National Aeronautics and Space Administration Working Group. He asks, how many times have you come across posts on Facebook with political opinions different from yours today? He also quotes the British quiz show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?, to warn about confirmation bias. It turns out that 91% of the participants who used the Ask the Audience chance got the right answer, while only 65% who used the Phone a Friend chance got it right. And that brings us to the end. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, Young John, for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the last panel of the day, analyzing new consumption patterns, AI-generated content, and the future of news. Please help me to welcome Jose Jimenez, head of Outbound Desk Viori, to the stage.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for attending this very last session of our second day here at the Global Media Congress. It's a pleasure to have you here. Jose Jimenez, who is the head of Output Desk of Viori. So let's talk about AI and the way we have seen AI. It's very important to us. I say us because, the way we consume news as a journalist, the way we produce news, this is a very important topic to us. So I would like to have your expert insight, how have we seen the evolution of AI in the media industry in the past 5 years? What are the highlights that you would like explain to us in the sense? Thank you very much once again.
Okay. Muito obrigado, Renan. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending this panel. First of all, let me give a brief introduction of who I am. I'm Jose, a journalist. I come from Madrid. And as you said, I am the head of Output Desk at Viori. Viori is a brand new video news agency. Actually, we are launching this week at the GMC. And I invite you all to visit our booth. Maybe not today because we are closing up, but tomorrow. And we will be happy to receive you and explain you a little bit more about us. Our agency is producing content from all around the globe. We have more than 3,000 stringers spread in different countries. We produce a minimum of 50 news items per day. And we intend to grow, and we are aimed at the Global South. That means we try to find relevant stories from the Global South and make them available for the rest of the world. And on the other hand, we try to find relevant content from other parts of the world that might interest the Global South and bring them to them. So now, answering your question, how the AI has developed and changed the world in the last 5 years. Well, I think it changed from nothing to not everything, but it has a lot of interest now, and it's growing exponentially. 5 years ago, it was briefly talk about AI. We were not used to these new tools, and we were doing journalism in a different way. Now it came, and it broke so many different parameters, and we need to adapt to that, of course. For example, 5 years ago, we could trust what our eyes saw, you know. If you see it, it's real. This is not true anymore, because through AI, you can create content that looks real, but it's fake. I'm sure like most of you saw this picture of the Pope with this white puffy coat. It looked real, but it was not. And it was kind of obvious, you know, the Pope will never wear this kind of thing in an official event. But what if we create pictures or footage that looks real and it could be real? Like, for example, I don't know, someone meeting someone else in a meeting that never happened before. So that's why we need to be aware of the potential of AI. It's not a threat, but it poses some risk. So we need to be able to identify those risks and try to combat them.
So yes, this is very important what you said, because it comes across with my second question. Because I mean, you said about fake news. I remember one recent news of the picture of Pope Francis wearing the, as you said, the clothes that he never used. It was created by AI. So what challenges does AI pose in terms of algorithm, fake news, data, deep fake? So what is your perspective in the sense?
Yeah, exactly. So as I said, it poses so many risks, and it can be like potentially dangerous, because you can shape societies through the media they are consuming. So if you give them fake news, fake footage, and you shape their minds through these fake elements, you can end up with tricky situations, you know. So to combat those risks, as I said, it's important to be able to verify the content that we as news agencies are providing to our audiences. At Valori, for instance, we have a very strong verification team. What they do is basically make sure that the content we have, it's verified, it's reliable, it's accurate. And to do that, we use different tools, including AI tools, you know. So we have some sort of AI to find duplicates on the internet. So we know if this footage has been published somewhere else before, or if not, or if maybe came from a not reliable source. So that's the way we have to combat these things. For example, also, let's say like we are going into a conflict, you know, and it's a potential risk because so many parties interested in the conflict might try to feed us with fake content in order to reshape this. What we do is always try to verify the source first, and then we can trust the content. So the content is no longer the king, or not longer the only king. The source is also an important player here.
Yes, and I believe as a journalist, also for us, it's very interesting how can we verify the news, especially like, as you said, now with deep fakes, fake news, it's very important for us to have mechanisms and tools, you know, to double check the news. This also comes across with another question, because the way we consume news nowadays, it has changed completely, because back in the past you had newspapers, television, but now everyone has a very fast routine, you know, packed agendas, so you consume news via Facebook, Instagram, social media platforms, so the habits are changing as well. And so how has AI impacted the way we consume news? I think this is very important that we think about this perspective as well, right?
Yeah, totally. So I think the way AI has affected the consumption of news, it's probably making us more aware that not everything is suitable for news content. Like few years before, not many, the natural instinct was to share, you know. You receive some footage, you share it, you make it available soon, so it's everywhere and people can use it. Now, I think it's not that important to share it quickly. It's important to verify it first and then share it. So the fact that society is more aware of fake content on the website makes us more aware of the need of providing them with true content. So that's what we are trying to do through our news agency, just make sure that everything you see in our platform, you can trust it, because we did already the verification process to make sure that it's reliable.
So yes, and what's in this sense, thinking about like in a broader perspective from the media industry, what are the challenges and opportunities for news organization in a world dominated by AI?
I think both challenges and opportunities are massive. I feel like we just open a gate and we don't know what's on the other side, so it's everything to be done. You know, it's kind of the gold rush in California in the 19th century. We just found a tool, we are ready to use it, but we don't know yet the potential it has. So it's on us now to start developing new tools based on the AI. It's on us to start developing new countermeasures against this fake news or potential fake content. And it's on us also to implement it in our daily routines in the newsroom. For instance, I see a huge potential on AI to translate speeches in different languages. We have people from all around the globe, and we speak a lot of languages altogether, but maybe we have a Turkish president giving a speech, and there is no Turkish speaker on shift. Well, AI there can play a vital role. We can use the AI to translate his speech. Of course, it will always need a human intellect to supervise it, but with someone checking what the AI is doing, it's a perfect tool. Or for verification, we can use AI tools to verify materials and make sure that they are accurate, that they are real. Or even for copy, you know, or I mean, there are plenty of opportunities. While on the challenges, well, how can we adapt to this so powerful tool without losing independence or credibility? And this is where we will have to squeeze our brains and make sure that we integrate AI within our workflow without losing this credibility.
Yes, earlier today you mentioned some news tools, some mechanisms and tools which we can use to verify some news stories. So I'm curious to know what process do you use at Viary to make sure that the news is reliable? So can you share with us like some experiences?
Definitely, happily. Actually, in our booth, we have this little game where people can go and see on their own how we do it, but I'm going to give you a brief explanation here. So let's say we have a news event in Brazil, for instance. First thing we do is we contact our stringer there and we tell him to send us footage. But we also tell him to send us a selfie of himself in the place. We also tell him to send us the metadata of the footage he's capturing. And we also ask him for some context in case it's maybe local news and it's only in Portuguese, you know. So when he sends us both the footage and all these elements, our verification team in the newsroom starts the process. They need to match the selfie with the footage and make sure that the locations that there are in the footage can be seen in the selfie. They check the metadata to make sure that the footage was filmed at a certain day, at a certain time, in a certain place. And they also check the context, so they can see that someone else is reporting on that, even if it's a Twitter account, you know, but they can also see that last tweet and compare, and maybe the picture uploaded in the tweet, it's somewhere seen in the footage, you know. So only when we have all these elements, we put them together and we make sure that the story happened, that the story is what the stringers told us to be. It's when we go through the process of editing, which is another long process, and then we write the script, edit the footage, and complete the news package. But only when we have the green light by the verification unit that we can use it.
Yeah, so in one way we are saying that AI could be a risk for fake news, but at the same time we can see AI as a tool to try to combat fake news, right? If we can elaborate more on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tool to combat fake news in the sense that when you know how fake news work, it's way easier to disable them, you know? So for example, these tools we have to compare footage with pre-existing footage on the website. It's based in AI. It's a very primitive AI system, but it's a sort of, and we are still a quite young news agency. We are launching here at DMC, although we have been testing our website for 2 months and we have been producing content. But it's everything to be done yet. We have our IT team working hard on developing these new elements to integrate through our verification process, so we can make sure that AI will help us to find fake news rather than to create them.
Yeah, because I believe there are like so many ways that we can see this discussion, because sometimes you talk to journalists, some of them they are afraid of losing their jobs. So, but we can see opportunities, as you're saying, like as a tool to help the journalists. So, to your mind, does AI pose a threat to the media industry or not?
Not at all. I mean, I think it's a huge opportunity. It's not a threat. And I mean, I can get this idea of, okay, we're going to lose our jobs, you know, a machine is going to do our job for us. But I think it's the other way around. The machine is going to be a tool. It's like, will pens make us lose our jobs? No, pen is a tool you use to write. So AI is a tool we can use to write or to produce content. But we still need to be there to supervise the content. So if they can save us hours of work of writing things, we can use these resources in verifying, in supervising the AI, in digging deeper on the stories, finding better stories, different focus, bring other hidden stories to the spotlight. So I think it's not a threat at all. It's a big opportunity if we know how to make good use of it. And that's what we are trying to do at Viori.
Okay, if we do like an exercise of foreseeing the future, how do you envision the future of news alongside with AI?
Oof, that's a hard one.
Hardest question.
I mean, I think I will be speculating here because it's still too early to say, but let's speculate. So I think AI will be here to stay. I think everyone will use it in a short period of time in different processes in the newsroom. Each different media company will use it on their own production process, but will be definitely integrated, and we will lose the fear we have of it when we learn how to use it properly. On the other hand, I think that some things will be irreplaceable. So for example, the trust we have on our teams on the ground. A computer will never be able to give us the trust that we have in our cameraman in Buenos Aires, for example. When something happens, first thing we do is calling him. Then we can try to use AI or different elements, but the trust we have in our teams, this is something irreplaceable. Or UGC content, for example, user-generated content, this is always going to be there. Even if we can use AI for other stuff, we will never use AI to create content. While UGC is content already created by someone, and it will be there for us to reach the user that upload this content, verify it first, and when everything is proven to be factual, then we can use it and publish it on our website for the audiences. So yeah, it's definitely a big tool that we will be using in the future, and I don't think that all of these apocalyptic predictions of us losing our jobs and robots taking over will happen. I hope I'm not wrong, but
hopefully the future will be bright with AI helping us to solve actually this challenge for the media industry, which is like combating fake news. So indeed, I think the future, it's bright with AI, having the journalists there, right? So thank you very much, Jose Jimenez, for this wonderful interview and for sharing with us your thoughts on this topic, since you are an expert on that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very
to the
much.
audience
It's
as
been
well.
a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second day of the Global Media Congress. Thank you so much to our respected speakers and moderators for the insight. I look forward to welcoming you to the third day of the Congress tomorrow. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.